We will go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we are going to go ahead and start with our land acknowledgement. Excuse me, we are going to start with our Spanish interpretation. My apologies.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Carlos Ramirez, one of the Spanish interpreters. I will go ahead and read the interpretation directions now. Thank you. I will first start by reading them in English. So we are offering live interpretation services during this meeting. If you wish to hear Spanish interpretation, please click the interpretation button at the bottom right of your Zoom screen. You'll see a globe icon there. If you are joining via the Zoom smartphone app, please select your language by clicking More, or the three dots in the bottom right corner of your screen. Select Language, Interpretation, then choose Spanish, and click Done. If you wish to hear only the interpreters and not the original speaker, be sure to click Mute Original Audio. Thank you. I will now repeat those instructions in Spanish. Para esta reunión en vivo estamos ofreciendo servicios de interpretación en vivo. Si desea escuchar la interpretación en español, por favor haga clic en el botón de interpretación en la parte inferior de su pantalla. Va a haber el icono, un icono del mundo, ahí seleccione ese mismo icono. Y si está participando por medio de una aplicación, por medio de su celular inteligente, por favor elija donde diga más, haga clic donde dice más o los tres puntitos en la parte inferior del lado derecho de su pantalla. Por favor, seleccionar interpretación de idioma y seleccione español y haga clic para finalizar. Y si desea solo escuchar la interpretación y no los oradores originales, asegúrese de silenciar el audio original. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The city of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we'll call the meeting to order and start with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And we'll move on to our roll call.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Councilmember Wallace?
Here.
Councilmember Cregan?
Here.
Mayor Bass?
Here.
And Mayor Pro Tem Friedrich is absent.
All right, and with that, we will go to a closed session report, which I don't believe we have one, but.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item to report on from a closed session that we held on April 23rd, 2024. It was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation in the matter of Travis Cabral, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case numbers ADJ 155-24733 and ADJ 1613-7538. We have finalized a compromise and release settlement in that case for $130,000, $500.14.
All right, great. Thank you, Ms. Stroud. So with that, we'll move on to our proclamations. We have two proclamations. Our first proclamation is going to be the proclamation recognizing July 2024 as Disability Pride Month. I'm going to have Councilmember Wallace present this, and I will present the second. Actually, make sure.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Bass is allowing me to do this because of my ties to the disability community, and I am very grateful for that. And this is Angie Reagan and Simba. And this is a City of South Lake Tahoe proclamation recognizing July 2024 as Disability Pride Month. And I'm going to read it. Whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act was signed into law on July 26, 1990 to ensure civil rights of individuals with disabilities, and whereas Disability Pride Month is celebrated each July to commemorate the anniversary of ADA and to honor the history, achievements, experiences, and struggles of the disability community, and whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe recognizes the importance of inclusion, accessibility, and the diverse contributions of individuals with disabilities to our community, and whereas Disability Pride Month is a time to promote visibility, self-advocacy, and pride within the disability community, and while also raising awareness and fostering a more inclusive society for all. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe is committed to ensuring equal opportunities and the full participation of people with disabilities in all aspects of life, including education, employment, recreation, and civic engagement. And whereas Disability Pride Month provides an opportunity to celebrate the talents and skills that people with disabilities bring to our community and to affirm our dedication to creating a more equitable and accessible environment for everyone. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe encourages all residents to recognize and support the rights, dignity, and independence of individuals with disabilities. Now, therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe does hereby proclaim July 2024 as Disability Pride Month in the City of South Lake Tahoe and encourage all residents to join in this observance for celebrating the contributions of individuals with disabilities and promoting a culture of inclusivity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm Angie Regan. This is Simba. I'm a physical therapist. I'm also disabled. I started the community Peace Love Tahoe in hopes of creating a feeling of more peace and love throughout Tahoe for myself and for others. This is impossible without first removing the barriers to access in Tahoe, so I started hosting Access Tahoe roundtables. Over the last year, Access Tahoe has become its own grassroots community, creating an accessible and inclusive Tahoe for all. I'm accepting this proclamation on behalf of the Access Tahoe and disability community. The ADA was made law in 1990, and we have 34 years of catching up to do. It's impossible to thank everyone individually for their support, but I do want to give a very special thanks to my dear friends Christy and Amharic, who are here today, and of course Stacy Ballard for supporting and helping with all these events and efforts. Stacy and I first met in January 31st, 2023, as each of us spoke at the city's strategic planning meeting. We connected as two women with disabilities advocating for representation within the city's plan for a community for all. We continue this work together. Stacy Ballard and I have made public comments to help represent the disability community during City Council, Parks and Rec, Police Advisory, Arts, Cultural Tourism, and Planning Commissions. We received proclamations for Suicide Prevention Month and now Disability Pride Month. I also spoke to communities at the school board, Unite Against Hate, the Community College Regional Accessibility Services, Destination Stewardship, as well as representing Access at the Business Expo, the Venture Summit, and the Multicultural Festival. We've done extensive public outreach to contribute to surveys, as well as giving our own 2 cents for the road safety audit, the TRPA Active Transportation Plan, ADA Transition Plan, and city surveys. Stacy and I also participated in the South Lake Tahoe Accessibility Wheelchair Experience with 3 city council members and the city manager, and we are still open to hosting more. I also attended a walk and roll through at the high school with families and administrators. Shirley Chisholm said, if they don't give you a seat at the table, bring a folding chair. Without many seats representing disability, we've often invited ourselves to tables to advocate for access and inclusion. When that still doesn't seem like enough, we created our own tables. We've hosted 20 Access Tahoe roundtables in 14 months, both in person and on Zoom. These roundtables help connect the disability community and allow us to share our voices with several businesses, schools, government, nonprofits, individuals, and allies. We work together to make changes together. Some of these roundtables include guest speakers, as well as bringing people in from out of town. Mark Laver came to speak from UCP Sacramento to advocate for inclusive playgrounds. Action Track Chair was just here from Minnesota to do demos of their chair at Connolly Beach. The Ability Experience Journey of Hope gathered for games at Reagan Beach last week as 30 cyclists and support team members made their way across country to DC spreading awareness for the disability community. Mai Tran and Erica Brown of American Foundation for Suicide Prevention have come to do 6 in-person trainings and Talk Saves Lives. Awareness is lacking in South Lake Tahoe. This cause and concern is dear to my heart, as it is also my struggle. We have done outreach to several businesses, organizations, and we'd like to thank a few who are good examples and models for access and inclusion. Thank you Untethered and Cowork Tahoe for hosting us, Talk Saves Lives, roundtables, game nights, writers groups, and other gatherings. Tube Tahoe has given free passes to special needs families. Clearly Tahoe has been a good example with beach wheelchairs and Moby mats. And Aleworks has hosted the Lake Tahoe Unified School District Special Needs Community Nights. We also attempt to elevate and appreciate the work of other advocates, including TACCD, those school advocates, including Jen Drennan, Amanda Simon, Marianne and Daryl Miller, Nancy Libby of Waymakers, who advocates for adults with disabilities. We also have hosted ASL for Tahoe 2G Bear Talk and brought Scott and Shayna, the deaf mountaineers who summited Everest to Outdoor Gear Lab with Tahoe Family Hearing. ASL will also be offered at Shakespeare on the Lake. We advocate for accessible beaches and pathways and trails, and beach and snow wheelchairs and snow removal and sensory inclusion, better roads, better understanding, more acceptance, more empathy, more compassion. And we are hearing people talk about this, putting it into plans and putting it into action. The Disability Pride flag represents 5 types of disabilities: sensory, emotional, psychiatric, non-visible, undiagnosed, physical, and neurodiversity. We hope to do a better job reaching all people of all abilities and disabilities. Over the next year, we also hope to obtain nonprofit status to be able to gain even a bigger ability to make a bigger difference throughout the community. They say you can't change the world, you can only change yourself, but we have to change the world and our worlds in order to change ourselves and stay human. Thank you.
Great. All right, our second proclamation is for Parks Make Life Better, and I believe this is Mr. Stark or Mr. Gregorich, either one, I had or Mr. Bindell. All right. No? Nice. How's it going? Good to see you. All right, so whereas Parks and Recreation promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized and self-directed fitness, play, and activity, and whereas Parks and Recreation supports the economic vitality of communities by providing frontline jobs, childcare for the essential workforce, and promoting community revitalization, and whereas Parks and Recreation creates memorable experiences through engaging virtual and physically distanced programs, dynamic online events, and new learning opportunities designed to keep families active, while stay-at-home orders are in place and beyond. And whereas Parks and Recreation fosters social cohesiveness in communities by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, modeling compassion, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports human development and endless learning opportunities that foster social, intellectual, physical, and emotional growth in people of all ages and abilities. Whereas Parks and Recreation strengthens communities, identified by providing facilities and services that reflect and celebrate community character, heritage, culture, history, aesthetics, and landscape. And whereas Parks and Recreation facilities community problem and issue resolution by providing safe spaces to come together peacefully and serving as key points of service, helping our communities heal both physically and emotionally. And whereas Parks and Recreation sustain and stewards our national resources by protecting habitats and open space, connecting people to nature, and promoting the ecological function of parkland. And whereas Parks and Recreation supports safe, vibrant, attractive, progressive communities that make life better through positive alternatives offered in the recreational opportunities. And whereas Parks and Recreation remains versatile and innovative in providing vital services to communities through local, national, or global emergencies, all while adhering to guidelines set forth by governing agencies. And whereas the California Park and Recreation Society has released a statewide public awareness campaign, Parks Make Life Better, to inform citizens of the many benefits of utilizing parks, facilities, programs, and services. Now therefore be it resolved that the citizens of California recognize the importance of access to both local parks, trails, open space, and facilities for the health, wellness, development, inspiration, and safety of all Californians. Therefore, the City Council of the City of South Lake Tahoe recognizes the importance of access to local parks, recreation trails, open spaces, and facilities. We therefore declare the month of July 2024 as Parks Make Life Better Month. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. On behalf of the amazing staff, Parks and Recreation staff, the Director, John Stark, and his assistants, as well as the entire commission, we thank you very much. We have obviously have many exciting things to come in the next year to year and a half. We all know about a little building going up. And the Parks and Rec Commission, Mr. Gregorich will be giving a report a little bit later during the commission reports. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Bendel. So we're going to move to public communications. Actually, before we move, I will go ahead and announce a change that we're going to make to the agenda. We are going to go ahead and move item number 22 up to the beginning after consent. So it'll be moving before item 16, so just so everybody is aware. And with that, we will go ahead and open public communications. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any...
Item 18.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's before item 18. My apologies. I read it. Yep. We're just moving the vacancy tax up, so it's on the first.
Please use
No.
your microphone so everyone can hear the discussion.
Yeah, we're just moving the one up because it's not, the other one's administerial. Okay, so this is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, Mr. Perini.
Welcome, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, all the city staff. My name is Lou Perini. I've been in business, was in business on the highway here for about 40 years. Right now I'm substitute teaching with Mr. Wallace, Dwayne Wallace. We used to be on the Stupid board together, South Tahoe PUD board together. So it's nice working with him again. We're finding things to disagree about, but it's went well. But what I wanted to mention is what a good time I had substituting and what great schools we have up here. And facilities especially, and anything the council or staff can do to promote our district, because we need kids. The enrollment's declining, and anyway, those are the extent of my comments. Actually, I was going to introduce myself one other way, and that would be by saying that I was living here before they had mandatory refuge collection, and I was against mandatory because it discouraged, I thought, recycling. Not the case anymore. We're lucky we have the refuge company that we do. Thank you again.
Great, thank you, Mr. Perini. Anybody else that wants to give public comment? Mr. Messina, or go right ahead. Just state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Sonia Thomas, and I brought a letter in to the city clerk a week or so ago regarding changes made at Christmas tier that they were not being given, making the public aware. The public has been the #1 supporter of Christmas tier from the beginning, and these changes that they've made are very drastic and go totally against the originator, Benita Sinclair, who formed Christmas tier for the betterment of the community. It says right on her headstone. And so as proof of these changes, I brought several copies of the board of the meeting, of the minutes of the board meeting of Christmas tier on 2/27/24 for to present to you to read. I don't know who to present it to.
Is this different than the one I've already distributed?
This is the actual minutes from their meeting. And these are some real bad changes. Benita Sinclair wanted the Christmas tier to always run on volunteer community, volunteer works, never wanted any paid employees. Now they brought in a paid employee who's going to be getting, apparently, after she raises $100,000, she gets 10% commission on any money raised above that, which makes absolutely no sense to me to be giving someone commission in a charity such as this. So this woman was hired, being paid $21.50 an hour for 30 hours a week. She is supposed to run the Christmas tier pantry, and she's supposed to raise money. As they said, it's her responsibility to raise $100,000 a year, and like I said, the changes that are on the minutes, or the changes they made, I would like to submit that someone in the community let the community know of these changes so that they have something to say about this, because Benita Sinclair didn't want it this way, and she should not be. She's the one that created Christmas cheer, and it should be made by her wishes how to keep it. She wanted to keep it like this. My mother, Wilma Thomas, has volunteered since Benita started. She was friends with Benita Sinclair. She's listed on there, Wilma Thomas. She did bring up that she was against this, and none of these people on this board, Christmas cheer, cared about it. They just were cared about their agenda. My mom did sign it. She did end up leaving her volunteer position, which has crushed her. Needless to say, every morning her first thought is Christmas cheer. She's been there since the 80s, since whenever it began. So that's all I'm submitting, is for someone to please let the public be aware, so that maybe the change, it could go back to the way that it should be. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the comments. Anybody else that would like to give public comment? Mr. Messina. Yep, you are.
Thank you, council members. John Messina for the Tahoe taxpayers. I'm very disturbed by government officials using their position to intimidate voters. Registrar Bill O'Neill's latest responses does nothing to eliminate the fear and intimidation he's inflicted on eligible voters with his statements that scared many people from registering to vote at their legal domiciles. O'Neill's obstructing property owners registering at their legal residence, while voters without a fixed address can register and vote anywhere. That's Elections Code 2027. If you own a retirement home and live somewhere else temporarily, O'Neill implies you can be prosecuted for registering and voting at your own residence. O'Neill seems to be under the misunderstanding that citizens must occupy a residence full-time for it to qualify as a domicile. That is far from correct. O'Neill repeatedly recites the case of People versus Superior Court Wright. However, that case, like every other case on record involving voter residency, was about a politician registering at a phony address to run for an office in a district where they did not reside and was not qualified to run for the office. An attorney told me that he had no problem with people declaring their second home to be their domicile if they intended it to be their permanent home when they would retire. O'Neill also seems to be unaware of federal law governing voter registration, which supersedes California law and are quite specific about things that can be used to establish a domicile. It's called the Help America Vote Act, and it's a federal law. In order to comply with the above federal law, the California Secretary of State has enacted the following provisions regarding voter registration. Elections Code 20107, standards for proof of residency or identity when proof is required by the Help America Vote Act. It lists a large number of specific forms of accepted proof that you can register to vote, including, among others, your driver's license, a vehicle or boat registration, insurance policies, items of personal property, utility bill, property tax statement, and many others. The County of Santa Clara Registrar of Voters says voters without a fixed address, each person can register to vote, but must provide an address where they live and an address where they can receive mail if different. Far from what O'Neill is saying. No current fixed address, no problem. You can register to vote. Under California law, you do not lose your voting domicile until you gain a new domicile. Whether you are homeless, living on the road, or if you lost your home for any reason and do not yet have a new fixed place where you intend to stay, you may use the last residence address you had as your voting residence. Comment, this distinction between domicile where you can vote and residence, any location you live temporarily, should not be confusing. The determining factor is where you intend to live permanently, not where you are. Elections, some examples. California Elections Code 2021. A person who leaves his or her home to go into another state or precinct in this state for temporary purposes merely, with intention of returning, does not lose his or her domicile. Well, you can read the rest of it in the Tahoe Tribune on Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. And please, from the public, if you guys could really just try to follow our policies. Clapping is not allowed in the public comment because people come from two sides of an issue, and it's done so that we have a equal opportunity for people to speak at the podium. So please, if you could, resist and follow our policies. State your name for the record, if you could.
Yes, Scott Loberg. And it's appalling that now we have consumption for cannabis in South Lake Tahoe. About a year ago, someone high on cannabis and alcohol killed somebody across the line there in State Line. Drove through South Lake Tahoe, clearly inebriated, and was sentenced to 55 years in prison recently. There needs to be more comprehensive training for consumption of cannabis. This is a 28-page book on training for alcohol serving. I doubt there's even 10% of that training going on for cannabis. The other thing is, being Disability Month, it's appalling that there's no, you go to a movie theater, there's seating for disabled. And this is short. You go to a restaurant, there's seating available for disability. You go to a bus, you go on a plane, you go on a ferry, there's seating aside for disability. But you go to the council meeting, no. I went to one council meeting, it was packed by the time I got there. Unfortunately, somebody got up to give my seat. And in Disability Month, I think you should consider putting aside seating for the disabled rather than just ring hollow. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else that would like to give public comment? Mr. Kurtzweiler. All right. If you could just state your name for the record.
I will. I'm Bob Poet. I'm your friendly neighbor from Nevada. And I have some sad news, very sad news, and I thought we might take a moment for a moment of silence in tribute to Willie Mays, who just passed away, I heard moments ago. I all got the news. So. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Kurtzweiler.
Good afternoon. There has been lots of questions on a recent post by the Tahoe Fund asking for money to help with the restoration of the land where Motel 6 now sits. Here's a little info on the project. And I had a lot of questions for the Tahoe Fund because when that came out, it was rather vague. So here are my questions to the Tahoe Fund asking for a little more transparency in my post for all to see. Since the Tahoe Fund is a nonprofit, is the money we donate tax deductible? Where is the money actually going? Is it going into a special fund to only be spent on the demolishing of the motel? Is any of this money going to pay any employees of the Tahoe Fund? What was the total cost of the purchase and why is there a shortfall? What is the timeline for the demo of the building? And is this shortfall of $200,000 they're asking for going to hold up the process? They answered me. They said, yes, all funds are donated are tax deductible to the fullest extent of the law, as are all donations to the Tahoe Fund. All donations go into a restricted account to be used solely for the purpose of demolishing the buildings and the parking lot. The total cost of the purchase was $15.4 million. Right now, the plan is for demolition to take place next spring and summer, pending funding and permits by the Conservancy. I had a couple of more questions on how they answered that, and of course, I stir the big one. The information that I found out, and this is all actually very good, the Conservancy started the process to buy this motel almost 15 years ago. 3 years ago, the project was estimated to cost $10 million. Today, the cost has risen to just a tad over $15 million. The purchase price of $15 million fully funds the project for the purchase price and demolition of the buildings completely and not for restoration. The $200,000 that the Tahoe Fund is requesting is for restoration only. I am ecstatic that the Tahoe Fund is doing this. The restoration project is looking to be a public and private adventure. This would be an excellent opportunity for everyone to become a part of this. I know that all the longtime locals will jump into this. Now, I would like to see all of our newest residents to get involved with this also. This would be an excellent opportunity to become a part of this community by showing your support for this. Work with us and not against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurtzweiler. Anybody else in the room? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Start out with the fact that I'm available for consultation services for anybody that's running for council. And simply because, Mr. Bass, you provided us the winning formula. Just promise the voters that there'll be pot in every chicken. So my job is easy. Second is concerning e-scooters and e-bikes. I sent you some photos and people on my street zipping by them and what happened on Lake Tahoe Boulevard there. And there are a great many visibility issues that present a danger. They shouldn't be allowed. They're not supposed to be on the shared use paths that are for pedestrians and bicycles only, not allowed on sidewalks. And, our paths, our shared paths are meandering, which a lot of cities don't allow scooters on them or anything, just because for the reason of line of sight, and that they are dangerous because they meander. And so almost all of ours does all the way down the highway there, from Linear Park all the way down. So you have great many physical obstructions and signs and things that make it difficult to see. And part of the problem is people are standing up on scooters, and people coming in and out of businesses, turning in and off the highway. You take a quick glance, you're dealing with traffic, and you see they think they're pedestrians because they're standing erect. And next thing you know, they're going 15 miles an hour. And so that's what presents a problem. So you really need to look at, number one, they shouldn't be allowed. We should ban them like cities that have any sense and wits about them have done. It's been banned in more places than any business I've ever heard of in my life. And I think Lyme is basically one of the best, capital venture scams I've ever seen, aside from that. But as long as they're here and you intend to keep them here, you need to attend to certain safety. I would look at several of the lawsuits that are filed around the country, some that have been resolved concerning e-scooters, and realize what liabilities you have. And you're putting the city at great risk, great financial risk. But start by removing certain signs and obstructions that make it unsafe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, come forward and state your name for the record.
Good morning, Mayor, or good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Steve Tancredi. I'm a property owner up here, which has been in my family for 66 years. And reading this very disturbing opinion page from about 3 to 4 weeks ago about this so-called vacancy tax.
So, sir, I don't want to, we are going to have this item on the agenda, and you'll be able to give public comment during the item. This is just for anything that's not on the agenda. So, and it's only going to be about probably 5 minutes or so, and we'll be on to that item. If you could hold off. Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the room for something that's not on the agenda? Don't see anybody else, so we will go ahead and open up our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll
I'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on any topic not on today's agenda. I do want to note for the record that I did receive and distribute to City Council non-agendized public communications from Bevan, Beers, Bly, Caesar, Gibbons, Griffin, Keppel, Shaw, Swift, Turner, Whites, Weisner, Carson, Edwards, Edshaw, Ellen Shaw, Harding, Erdwin, Keppel, Lucius Powell, Russo, Sherpatu, Stepsov, and Thorpe. And I do see we have one hand raised for Eric Asbury.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Eric.
Oh, thank you, Susan. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you guys. I wasn't able to be there present. I'm sure Mr. Robbins is disappointed we can't see face to face. I wanted to talk to you about a couple concerning trends involving elected government officials that I wanted to bring to everyone's attention. Manipulating voters to dishonestly obtain signatures for a ballot measure that doesn't comply with current law and the law of the land not only is unconstitutional, but also discriminates against South Lake Tahoe's most valuable asset, second homeowners. To compound matters, we now find ourselves in a situation where government officials are now abusing their position to intimidate voters that have the desire to represent themselves on an upcoming election by voting at their legal domicile in the city of South Lake Tahoe. Many second homeowners that have planned and made many sacrifices in life to hopefully retire in South Lake Tahoe are not only being bombarded with a potential fine of $6,000 a year, but are also being intimidated by government officials to be able to represent themselves at this upcoming election. Not only is this voter intimidation illegal in many ways, it is un-American and is also elder abuse, as most of these individuals are at or close to retirement age. How low can one go as to disrespect our elders in such an obtrusive manner? A couple examples of voter intimidation from government officials are, first, City Councilman Scott Robbins' comment, and I quote, "Registering to vote at a vacation home is committing voter fraud. You may only register at your domicile, the place where you live, and by definition, your vacation home is not where someone lives. You are subordinating voter fraud," end quote. Then we have the Register of Voters Bill O'Neill's recent statements regarding the upcoming election. O'Neill said his department will be investigating every request for a change of voter registration. He said investigations will go quickly. "We do not want this to happen," said O'Neill. "We do not want to prosecute," end quote. I'm not sure if Bill O'Neill is just incapable of understanding the difference between a vacation home and a retirement home, or if he is intentionally switching the subject to avoid admitting they can register and vote at their retirement homes. O'Neill seems to be under the misunderstanding that citizens must occupy a residence full-time in order for it to qualify as a domicile. That is far from correct and makes myself and others question his ability to properly execute his duties as an administrative, that's right, an administrative individual for the Register of Voters. The distinction between domicile, where you can vote, and residence, any location you live temporarily, should not be confusing. The determining factor is where you intend to live permanently. It is your domicile, where you should vote, not where you live temporarily. Many retirees' second homes are their legal domiciles, and intimidating voters is unacceptable. Communications with the Secretary of State and the Attorney General are ongoing, and our hope is that we can come to a conclusion where Bill O'Neill and others in the election department can endorse the following statement for simplicity purposes. And I will say this: California residents who own their homes where they have lived and plan/intend to return are eligible to vote at these permanent residences as allowed by current law. And that ends that statement. And I'd also like to add, there is current state election laws and current.
Thank you, Mr. Asbury. Your 4 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There are no additional Zoom public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right. With that, we will bring it back to council for our city commission reports. And I believe Mr. Gregorich will be giving us a report on Parks and Rec.
Good evening, City Council and our large audience. We just did a resolution for July as Parks Make Life Better Month. We've got several items on or around that month of July. First thing is City Park staff has prepared a program guide. It's currently at the presses and will be available online and in print at least by the next Pizza with the Mayor, which is scheduled for June 26th at 5:30 at Bijou Park. So public is invited to come out for that, meet with the mayor, meet with various Park and Rec department staff on the programs and activities of the Park Department. As well, vertical construction on the new rec center started on May 1st. It's scheduled to be completed over the next 2 construction seasons and open in early 2026. We're extremely excited for that. In the meantime, the department is working to revitalize a full range of programming that will help restore pre-pandemic level services and meet current needs now for Parks and Recreation, and also ensure that we've got a full range of programs that can be up and running and transferred over to the new rec center when it opens in 2026. The campground, golf course, and boat ramp are open. The Junior Giants program is underway with over 150 kids participating. We are bringing back the Park Stewards, Park Ranger program at Lakeview Commons, El Dorado, and Reagan Beaches, and other city park facilities. Live at Lakeview concerts have returned. Here's a big one. Swim lessons are recommencing at the pool, with over 400 scheduled for June and more coming in July. So also some specific Parks Make Life Better Month activities include the city's 4th of July parade, Tuesday historic talks at Lakeview Commons, and the Movies in the Park series. We'll have 3 Friday nights in July, the 12th, 19th, and 26th. We'll show family-friendly movies on the grass at Bijou Park, including Coco, Elements, and the Mighty Ducks. So come out, recreate, and enjoy our parks.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Gregorich. It's really exciting to see all that's happening in Parks and Rec. Thank you so much to the commission, our director, John Stark. There really has been a major change, and it's exciting and couldn't be at a better time if everybody has also noticed the progress being made on the new rec center. So just hats off and really great work. So with that, we will go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. I believe we have a couple recusals.
Yeah. So I'm going to be recused from agenda items 6 and 9 due to a real property interest. And separately, I also want to register a no vote on item 11, but yes on everything else that I'm not recused on.
Okay, so register no on 11, but we don't need to pull it.
Yes on everything, recused on 6 and 9, and no on 11, but I don't need to pull it.
Great. And Ms.
I just need to
Blankenship, you got
report
that?
a no vote.
Great. All right, so with that, any other council members that want to pull something? All right, we'll look for a motion.
Take public comment first, Mayor.
We would like to open up public comment for the consent agenda. All right, Mr. Middlebrook.
Hello, Council. I'm joined with Chris McNamara. Really in the vein of Parks Make Life Better Month, recognize and thank you for hearing the Ski Run Park transfer item tonight. It's a very exciting opportunity for our community, and just want to give a huge shout out to this council, city staff, especially the Parks and Rec Department, Public Works and Development Services, for helping us get to this finish line, building the wonderful ADA spot, and we really look forward to that fence coming down in the next couple of weeks. Every day, the construction crew of Sierra Sustainable Builders is out there, and kids are watching at the fence and just eagerly waiting for that to come down. So we're really excited about that opportunity, and want to give a shout out to all of the park team. If you want to everyone raise their hands. More than 170 people, including these awesome volunteers, helped to make this project a reality. So we're really excited to see this open, and I'll let Chris wrap that up.
Yeah, we would love this moment to kind of keep the momentum going on more parks. It seems like we came on the right night for that. And if anyone has questions about kind of how this whole journey happened and how to keep it going, we would love to keep that story going. And just wanted to say again how excited we are to have this park in this epicenter of young kids, of families in South Lake Tahoe. And we're looking for the next spots to be able to collaborate with you guys on and do that.
Great, thank you guys so much. And yes, this is really an exciting thing for our community and really shows you what happens when people come together. So hats off to all of you. And with that, any other public comment on the consent agenda? Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Yes, I'd like to poll and speak on number 5 and number 8, please. Starting out with number 5, which is road maintenance rehabilitation account, project list. And do I get 6 minutes? Number 4 is Heavenly Village Way, US 50 to Montreal Road. That from the very beginning, a year after that was built there, we had alligator cracks 4, 5, 6 inches wide. There were just whole sheets separated, and it was done poorly from the beginning. But anyway, long story shorter, I think a much higher priority should be Park Avenue, which is to the left of that, as you're heading to State Line, the other side of it, the side of US 50, down to at least to Manzanita Avenue. The corner there is horrendous and has been for the whole 30 years I've lived here and prior to that. So that, I think, should have been the first priority done when road rehabilitation projects, not, all the way out past the Y or some others, because that's, the tourist courts where your big bucks come from. A lot of your money is generated. It's very unsafe, and the pavement is really bad shape. So rather than waiting for this whole next project to come into fruition, it should be, that should be the priority. Do I get 3 minutes each? Yes. Okay, you can start the 3 minutes for number 8, if you like. Okay. Thank you. Number 8 here, which has to do with services agreement with Loomis and Associates for planning, design, feasibility services for the State Line Complete Street projects. I've been asking for this to be a priority for years. As I said, it should have been number 1. I raised the issue of this with Mr. Council Member Friedrich on November 4th. Took him on a little 2-hour tour. We did a walking and bike tour of the Lakeside Park area. And what I have the problem with here is says in order to fund the parking and traffic counts to establish volumes and needs, residual funding, $152,829. For engineering, study, and design of the linear park bike path, uncompleted final leg to Park Avenue will be transferred from account 301-5088, blah, blah, blah. Technical studies in order to advance connectivity planning in this broader study area. So according to this, the way I read it is you're using this funding, this $152,000 for the study for that whole area, contributing towards it, if that sounds correct. First of all, I think part of this should be used in the $2 million excess funds. This $152,000 was left over from the sale, I believe is the same account number that I did in a record request back in 2022, May 5th, $152,830. So somehow we lost $1 in it. Instead of gaining interest in the account, we lost $1. In fact, since 2004, we haven't gotten any interest on it. So it really isn't in a separate account, an interest-bearing account. It's just put into general fund. We were broke and pretty much bankrupt at the time, and that's where the money went. So from 2004 to now, that part of the linear park bike path hasn't been extended, and when money's been sitting there all this time to do that, supposedly. So this money, I think, should be used only, also was supposed to be a total with $481,668 because the sale of the commodities is supposed to go with that, and was. So, after the sale and everything there, now there's a construction of $192,000. I'd like to know what that was for. But like, again, this money shouldn't be used for any, the rest of the study for the rest of that area in the Complete Streets project. It should be separated from this project and be used only what it was intentionally used for originally. Here's from 2004 resolution by the City Council, and it says, whereas the proceeds from the sale of the property and commodities will be used for the construction and extension of the linear park bike trail as approved by the standard agreement approved by City Council Resolution number 2001-93 as amended in the City Council Resolution number 2002-29. So that's what it should have been used for. That's what it should be used for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Anybody else that would like to give public comment on the consent agenda? Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Scott? And it's number 5. Once again, Highland Woods is being ignored. Essex Avenue, Mackinac Road, Brockway Avenue, and the greater Highland Woods. There are cracks all over the road. They go clear across the road. There's been cuts in the road that have been patched for utility work, but it has not been completed over. The roads are in total disrepair. They need to be removed and replaced. It's gone on too long. The cracks are huge. That area is between the Truckee River and Trout Creek, and yet there's no curbs, there's no gutters for drainage, there's no place for the water to go. It's just going to go to the meadow and onto the lake. And if any place should have had the gutters first, that area should have had them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room on the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to the Zoom platform.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on the consent agenda. I will note for the record that I did receive and distribute to City Council public comments on item 3 from Bevan and Fortescue, number 4 from Daleb, number 11 from Corridy, number 12 from Smothers and Turner, and number 14 from Ms. Kerrigan with the South Tahoe Association of Realtors. There are no Zoom public comments at this time, Mayor.
All right, great. And we will go back in the room. Mr. Perini, sorry about that. I didn't see you getting up.
Number 11, I just think the only question I have on it is there a backup plan? Is there a plan B if the bears know how to tip over the bear-resistant cans? Is there a plan B for that scenario? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perini. All right, so with that, we'll bring it back to council. We got a couple recusals. I actually just have a question real quickly on 8. I'm not trying to pull it necessarily, but with regards to what we're looking at in US 50 revitalization, I just want to make sure that we link this group up with TTD and make sure that that plan is somewhat being considered. That would be my only comment to item 8.
Mayor Bass, we've talked to TTD about our planning efforts for complete streets and connectivity in the state line area, and we'll definitely make sure they're a stakeholder and there's coordination on that.
Great, thank you. All right, with that, we're looking for a motion.
I move that we approve the consent agenda with the stated recusals.
And the 1 no vote on item 11.
And the 1 no vote on item 11.
Second.
That motion carries. Thank you.
All right, and with that, we will move on and put our hat on as the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency, and this is one item on consent, item number 16. Anybody that would like discussion on this item? If not, we will go ahead and open up public comment for item number 16. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? I don't see anybody in the room, and with that, we'll go to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency Consent, item 16. No public comments, Mayor.
Great, all right, with that, I will look for a motion.
I move that we pass the consent for South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency.
That motion carries.
Great, and with that, we will put our hat on as South Tahoe Joint Powers Parking Financing Authority, and we have one item on consent, item number 17. Anybody on council looking to pull this item? Not seeing anybody, so with that, we will go ahead and open up public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment? Seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
We'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on a consent agenda item number 17. No public comments, Mayor.
Right, we'll look for a motion.
I move that we pass the consent for South Tahoe Joint Powers Parking Financing Authority.
Second.
That motion carries.
Great, all right, so with that, we are going to go ahead and be taking item number 22 under regular unfinished business as our next item, and this is the presentation of Elections Code, Section 9212, Report for Vacancy Tax Citizens Initiative, and this will be Mrs. Stroud and Ms. Tika Marova.
You just turn it on. Should be good.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Heather Stroud, City Attorney, and we'll go to Tika Marova, Director of Finance, will be presenting this item for you tonight. I will get us started here. So as council requested at the meeting on May 7th, city staff has prepared this report under the Elections Code in accordance with the council's direction and included the topics that council requested. We have had assistance from Assistant City Manager Hillary Roverud and Development Services Director Zach Thomas, in addition to Josh Davis and his team from HDL in preparing this report, and they will also be available to help with any questions that you may have. I will say that this has been a difficult task that we've been assigned, in part because of the lack of data from other similar cities with similar vacancy taxes. We've had to make a number of assumptions, and in the report we've stated where we have made such assumptions. So this report, as we know, is regarding an upcoming Citizens Initiative ballot measure that would impose a vacancy tax that is styled as an excise tax on owners of certain vacant residential units for keeping those units vacant for more than 182 days within a calendar year. And this ballot has qualified for the November 2024 ballot and needs a majority approval to pass as a citizens initiative. It is a special tax, and it is dedicated for use for certain purposes, including housing, roadworks, transit, and administrative and legal costs. It is applicable to properties that fit the definition of vacant, including houses, apartments, and then one or more rooms consisting of separate living quarters. So this would also apply to condos, townhomes, duplexes, vacation home rentals, and timeshares. It does not apply to hotel rooms used for transient occupancy, accessory dwelling units, rooms in nursing homes, units owned by nonprofits or governmental agencies, and units not usable in the winter season. There are certain exemptions that are written into the initiative, and those are where the occupant using the unit as their principal residence is hospitalized, where the occupant using the unit as their principal residence is absent because of military service, service as an emergency worker, or as a firefighter, where the unit is uninhabitable from a natural disaster for up to 3 years, or when it is not habitable because of ongoing renovation or construction. Also exempt would be where the owner who was the sole occupant passes away for up to 2 years, and during a declared emergency by the city for 60 days, which can be extended for up to 1 year. The proposed rate of the tax, which would start beginning January 1st, 2026, the annual tax rate subject to annual CPI adjustment would be $3,000 per vacant residential unit for the first year of vacancy, and then $6,000 per vacant residential unit for the second consecutive year and each subsequent consecutive year of vacancy. And I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Tigamarova.
Good evening, Mayor Bass, members of the City Council. Again, for the record, Olga Tikhomirova, Director of Finance, and I will walk you through the next few slides regarding the number of vacant, estimation of number of vacant units, potential implication of on the revenue from vacancy tax, and as well as implementation cost. As Ms. Stroud mentioned, HDL consultant assisted us with the estimation of the potential vacant properties, and they used the property tax data and performed independent analysis and estimation of potential vacant units in South Lake Tahoe. Their estimated number was similar to the number of vacant homes in the proposed tax ballot. Based on the three scenarios described on the slide, the number of potential vacant properties ranges between 7,700 and 8,200 properties. I must mention here that these are only determined based on the addresses not located in the city. It's technically not indicative of whether these are actually vacant properties, and the number could be significantly less. And I will explain in the next couple of slides. These owners could potentially act differently in different ways as a response to the proposed tax. So the city staff anticipates that the revenue will largely depend on the behavior of the property owners if the tax is imposed and adopted. Of those potentially 7,000 to 8,000 vacant property owners, their responses could be to sell a unit, given the maximum 6,000 tax rate per unit. It's less than 1% of the average sale price of the home in South Lake Tahoe. It is uncertain what effect that could have on the property sales. They could also reduce the number of days to less than 182 days, and that could take several forms. They could increase their own stay in their residences over 182 days. They can also lower rent to attract full-time tenants. And though sometimes the opportunity cost of lost rental income might exceed the tax. Owners could consider intermediate term renting to visitors or seasonal occupants for 30 days or longer to ensure that the unit is not vacant for more than 182 days. The city's consultant HDL prepared several hypothetical revenue outcomes to show the impact of the new tax. There are several factors that strongly influence the outcome of this proposed new revenue. One of the factors is the overall number of vacant residential units not subject to an exemption in the city. And the second is the extent and success of compliance efforts to register and collect the tax on vacant properties. We don't know how many units are actually vacant and what will be the desired and required enforcement effort, and consequently the revenue amount until we request and receive all 16,000 affidavits or declaration of occupancy. Under the two potential hypothetical revenue outcomes, HDL prepared revenue estimates that could range widely from 4.2 million to 8.3 million in the first year, and 10 million to 20 million in the second year and subsequent years, potentially. These are determined under the assumptions that 30% or 60% of these potentially vacant properties would be subject to the tax, and 60% would comply by paying the tax. These figures are considered to be upper and middle levels, given a sense of the potential impact of the vacancy tax. In these two scenarios, with either 30% or 60% of owners paying the vacancy tax, it's assumed that the remaining 70% or 40% of the remaining 70% or 40%, 10% would transition to permanent residency, and the most owners would be exempt, unresponsive, and non-compliant. The rationale behind the usage of 30 and 60% to estimate the revenue is based on HDL's experience with historical compliance rate for rental registrations, where property owners could deliberately take actions to disqualify themselves from the tax applicability by adjusting their residency time. The primary factor that influenced the usage of the 60% compliance rate is primarily the fact that we are working with unknown data. With more time, an additional, more detailed analysis could have been prepared by surveying property owners in the city limits. But due to time constraint, a good guess had to be made, a conservative assumptions needed to be selected and used throughout this analysis. It is possible that over time a better compliance rate could be achieved, increasing these revenue numbers, and for that reason we provided a scenario with 100% potential vacant properties being subject to the tax with 60% compliance rate as a starter. I would also like to add that these assumptions are supported by actual results for the City of Oakland, where the compliance rate for their 4,000 vacant properties is 30%, according to the Oakland's consultant, SCI Consulting Group, that currently assists that city with their tax administration and collection. And drawing from Oakland's experience with its similar vacant property tax structure, which yielded an actual result on the lower end of its projected range, South Lake Tahoe might face similarly modest revenue outcomes. Other revenue impacts, sales tax increase is estimated between $235,000 and $670,000. The sales tax would be generated from those properties transitioning from vacant to permanent residency as the result of the tax, and assuming that the permanent residency would increase by approximately 540 properties to 1,543 residences, and each property will be occupied by at least one individual. On the implementation cost side, the initial implementation of the initiative would involve setting up necessary administrative infrastructure, including staffing, systems for filing declarations, and public outreach. To manage the tax effectively, it is estimated that the city will need to hire additional staff to handle tax collection, enforcement, and ordinance revision. Given the city's 16,000 residential units, each unit will need to file a declaration of occupancy annually. Ongoing costs will be incurred annually to maintain the vacancy tax system, including handling declarations, enforcements, and periodic reviews of the ordinance. The first year cost is estimated at $986,000, including the startup expense of approximately $378,000. Total ongoing costs are estimated at $608,000. These costs are conservative estimates and most likely on the low end of the scale and will largely depend on the administrative methods selected for filing the declaration of occupancy and required supporting documents, the level of compliance by property owners, and the level of enforcement efforts selected by City Council. For example, if compliance is low and the city elects to increase its enforcement efforts, which will require additional staff and cost, this additional cost will absorb a portion of the revenue, and unless successful, there is a point where the cost might exceed the benefit. HDL indicated that as an alternative to the in-house administration, an experienced third-party vendor would be able to administer this tax for approximately $350,000 to $400,000 annually. And similarly, staff learned that the City of Oakland contracted SCI for a not to exceed amount of $1.27 million for a 3-year period for ongoing administration and management for functions such as to filter vacancy and administer 4,000 vacant units. These cost estimations do not include any legal defense cost because it's currently difficult to estimate as it will depend on variety of circumstance. However, estimating this cost at $400 per hour and assuming legal defense would be handled by an experienced outside tax litigation attorney, the cost of defending such a lawsuit would likely be over $100,000. And the proposed funding for the purpose of this report, it is assumed that the revenue would be split equally between the 3 broad funding categories of housing, roads, and transit. And each would receive between $1 million, $1.1, and $2.4 million in the first year, and $3.1 and $6.5 million in the second and subsequent years, after deducting ongoing annual costs and making the same assumptions stated earlier. It's worth mentioning here that the measure does not specify how the funding will be split among housing, roads, and transit, so we assume that each purpose would get 1/3 for illustrative purposes only. But in any given year, City Council will decide how to allocate the funds based on current priorities at that time. And I will turn it back to Heather.
Thank you. And one of the sections in the report requested by council was a high-level legal analysis, which I have prepared. It is basically a summary of the ongoing lawsuit in San Francisco that challenged their Measure M, which was a vacancy tax that passed in 2022. Currently, there are cross motions for summary judgment pending in the San Francisco Superior Court that are scheduled to be heard August 9th. I will note that when I was preparing this section, I was not aware that the plaintiffs had filed a motion for summary judgment, so that is not included in here, but it does track the arguments in their complaint. It's also available online for free at the court's website if anybody wanted to look at it, but if City Council did want that included, you could include that in your motion, and I can add a summary of that. So a motion for summary judgment is basically a motion to get the case decided without a trial. It's an argument that it can be decided as a matter of law based on facts. There's no facts in dispute that need to be decided at trial. So that's what's going to happen in August. And the 5 major arguments that are being made against Measure M, which are at issue, are listed here. The plaintiffs argue that it violates the takings clause because it seeks to compel property owners to rent their residential properties. San Francisco responds that it doesn't compel renting the property, but it encourages owners to occupy, inhabit, or use their properties. There's an argument by the plaintiffs that the tax violates the Ellis Act, which is a state law that prohibits local governments from compelling owners of rental properties to continue to rent them. San Francisco argues that the Ellis Act is not applicable here and that this tax is more akin to a police power like zoning. The third argument involves substantive due process, which is a constitutional argument under the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. And the plaintiffs argue that Measure M violates that by interfering with the protection of close familial relationships, which would be a fundamental liberty interest. San Francisco counters that the right to exclude people from rental property is not recognized as a fundamental right, subject to substantive due process, and this should be considered under rational basis review. They also argue that the plaintiffs misunderstood a provision that was in their Measure M that's not in our current proposal here in South Lake Tahoe, that treated leases to close family members differently than leases to non-family members. The fourth argument involves equal protection, which is also a constitutional argument. The plaintiff argues that Measure M treats leases with strangers more favorably than those with close family members. Again, San Francisco counters that the plaintiffs misunderstood that provision in Measure M and that leases to family members are not treated differently if those people are actually occupying the units. And finally, the fifth argument involves the right to privacy under the California Constitution, and the plaintiff seeks to compel the owners to allow units to be occupied when, the plaintiff argues that Measure M seeks to compel owners to allow units to be occupied when they don't wish to share their homes with others. And San Francisco counters that there is no fundamental right at stake and nothing in the measure requires the owners to share their homes with others. So as you can probably glean from that summary, there are arguments on both sides. The court will decide who wins. If neither motion is granted, then the case will go to trial in December and ultimately probably will be decided by the appellate courts. These are somewhat novel legal issues. And then the second piece of the legal analysis that counsel asked me to look at was the arguments from the Lake Tahoe Taxpayers Association written materials that were distributed at the council meeting on May 7th. I would put those in two broad categories. They are arguing that the city should file a writ petition as a pre-election challenge to try to keep the vacancy tax off the ballot. I would note that that kind of lawsuit is pretty disfavored in the courts. They are very hesitant to interfere with the electoral process and would much rather have people vote, and then if there's going to be a challenge, have it be brought after the vote. And then the second argument is that this is actually a special tax district, and that LAFCO has to approve it and has to be created by approval of 2/3 of the voters in the district. It's possible that a vacancy tax could be set up that way, but this one is not set up that way. It's set up as an excise tax. So that is a summary of my summary.
Great. Well, thank you, Ms. Stroud, and all that
There's
worked on this.
One more.
One more,
bit here,
excuse me.
Sorry. The best method to determine vacancies was another topic council wanted us to look at, and with assistance from HDL and looking at what other cities do, these three are probably the best methods available to us to determine vacancies. So contacting all residential properties, and there are 16,000 residential properties in the city, so to determine vacancy or whether any exemptions apply, using utility records. Water utilities tend to be the best to determine vacancy. However, we do have some challenges here because of summertime irrigation that might be happening even when people aren't at the property, and also utility records are generally considered to be confidential, so we would need to work with the companies to have some type of NDA to get a data sharing agreement. And then finally, using county data for homestead exemptions, so that can be a way to help determine what properties might be vacant. And now I'm done if you have any questions for us.
Great. All right, well, thank you, Ms. Stroud and Ms. Tikamarova. Again, I really appreciate the staff working on this. I know it was a really quick turnaround and a lot of assumptions and unknowns, so very appreciated. Let's see, we are going to actually take a really quick 5-minute break before we come to the next portion of this. So we will be back at 6:55.
Recording stopped.
Waiting.
Ready? All right, so we will go ahead and call the meeting back to order. We are on item 22, and we are bringing this back to council for council member questions. And yes, to the council, just a reminder, this is questions, and then we will come back for deliberation. So with that, I will open it up, and it looks like Mr. Robbins.
Yes. My first question, first of all, I want to just thank staff for this report in such a short amount of time. This was a lot to put together without a lot of time, and I want to recognize that before I start into questions. My first question is, I guess for Zach on this section, on the report, page 6, section 2, paragraph 3. Paragraph 3 says, 40 homes were converted to long-term rental properties with a $10,000 per year incentives, referring to the Lease to Locals program. The Lease to Locals program, could you tell me if a home was rented to a parent and 2 children, what would the incentive amount be for that tenant?
That would be $4,000 under the current guidelines.
So not $10,000. And 2 roommates?
2 people would be $4,000, $2,000.
Okay. Also not $10,000. And if a tenant, if a landlord leases their property under the Lease to Locals program in year 1, finds that they like their tenants, finds that they like their revenue, and they wish to continue leasing to them in a second year under a lease renewal, would they receive another $4,000 subsidy in the second year under those circumstances?
No.
Okay, so it's not a $10,000 per year subsidy in the general case, and it's not an annual subsidy under basically any case, unless there's some gap in the leasing that's where they lease, they drop out of the program for some amount of time and then return. So the sentence here where we describe the Lease to Locals program as a $10,000 per year incentive, which then follows that saying, therefore it appears that financial incentives are not effective, that seems inconsistent with the description of the Lease to Locals program based on how it actually operates. Would staff agree then that that section of analysis and that section of the description of the Lease to Locals program can and should be amended to reflect the reality? Do you think that given what we've just discussed about how Lease to Locals program works, that this paragraph is an accurate description of Lease to Locals? Or should it be amended?
Councilmember Robbins, I'll jump in. This report, as you noted, came together in a relatively quick manner. I appreciate the questions there, and I do appreciate you letting me know that that was a concern to you. If it is the pleasure of the council to seek modifications before they endorse this report to be published, that is the council's pleasure. We have language that we could propose to help clarify that in a manner that articulates the questions and answers you just went through with Director Thomas, and we'd have no problem doing that if the council would like us to.
Okay, very good, thank you. I just want to make sure that we're describing in this our own program that it's described accurately. Thank you very much. Report page 5, the section on sales tax was touched on briefly during the presentation, which again, I do want to recognize and confirm that this came together very quickly. Errors are an inevitable part of the human process and are all the more understandable when things are being done under tight time constraints and limited time for review. Totally understood. Just want to make sure that we are giving the people of the city accurate information. But the sales tax revenue was particularly interesting because you're estimating $17,386 based on the 2022 census information of retail spending. And you're estimating that across up to 1,543 new residential units that would be considered fully occupied. I just want to make sure I am reading that correctly, yes? So that would mean that we're looking at the sales tax revenue from that. That's the city's component of the sales tax, not the $670,000 increase in sales tax. That's not $670,000 on the 8.75% total. That's $673,000 of the city's proportion of the sales tax into city local revenue, correct?
That is correct, because we were estimated impact for the city only,
Correct.
not the total
Correct.
impact.
So I don't care that much about the tax revenue that's going to the state, honestly, but one can take those numbers and do the multiplication, and I want to confirm this because that suggests that the result of the vacancy tax would be nearly $27 million of new retail spending in local businesses as a result of the vacancy tax. And that's the city's analysis, because that's 386 times 1,543 is nearly $27 million in new retail spending that's subject to city taxes that would be happening. So not just a question of what's the impact to the city revenue, but that's the impact to local business revenue upon which the sales taxes are then levied. So the city's position, and I'm going to make sure I confirm this clearly, is that the impact of one of the impacts of the vacancy tax that is projected would be a nearly $27 million increase in local business revenue, sales revenue from new full-time residents.
The math is correct.
Okay.
But we're not estimating impact on the community in this, or economic impact, so to say. We just estimated fiscal impact to the city
Correct.
of South Lake Tahoe. as
And
an
that
organization.
city revenue can only come from sales that are actually generated in local businesses. So these are not sales that are generated elsewhere. These are the sales and revenue that's generated in this community by locally owned businesses here in this community. So that is a major increase in local retail revenue that would come as the result of 1,543 new residences. And then one last question, and
If I may, really quick, Mayor Bass, sorry, Councilmember Robbins, but just to clarify what Director of Finance stated, you know, the report was to estimate assumptions for city revenue, not economic outlook for the entire
Sure.
growth of all of the businesses in the city. So
Sure.
just
because
thanks for recognizing that, but that is the intent of the report.
fair enough. And then last question, the section on sales tax also talks about, the section here also talks about that the estimate is of occupancy per residency, because the language is correct in the report, but the terms are very close. There's residencies and residents. And I just want to clarify those two things. The report uses it correctly, but it's up to 1,543 new residencies. That's new occupied homes. And then elsewhere in the report, it says that it anticipates between 1 and 2 residents, that is people, per those units. Is the average, it says between 1 and 2, so would the reasonable number be, say, 1.5 on average people per newly occupied unit as a result, newly full-time occupied unit as a result of the vacancy? So 1.5 is a multiplier.
Yeah.
So that suggests then from these numbers that this report is indicating that this would add about over 2,000 new full-time residents to the population, right, as a result of the vacancy tax. And that then would be where the sales that are then taxed, that are spent here in the local community, would be generated from, because those people would live here, they'd work, they'd spend money here, and so on.
I think the report takes it a conservative, and it says at least one resident per that 1,543 residencies, and it calculates based on one resident. However, again, it could be an adult with a child.
Correct.
It could take different forms, and that's why it's using 67,000.
An adult with a child, 2 roommates, the adult still needs to buy things for their kids, the roommate still needs to go shopping in local stores and so on.
These
So that's
are
where the revenue is coming
conservative
from.
estimates.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Mayor. Give me 1 second to get to my page. I have my questions written down. There they are. On page 4, I think this question might be for Ms. Stroud. On page 4 of the item, it talks about the oversight committee. It's worded a little interesting, and I just want to make sure that it would be set up exactly the way that our other oversight committees are set up, with being advisory only and not have any, it wouldn't have any additional powers than any of our other advisory.
No, it's set up as an advisory committee.
Thank you. If we're in the middle of setup and we have a lawsuit, and if we lose that lawsuit and we have expended dollars, who is on the hook for those dollars that are spent?
Well, if there is a lawsuit, the city council would have options in terms of, putting the tax aside and not spending it. But if the city did spend it and then there was a lawsuit and somehow it had to be refunded, then the general fund would have to cover those costs.
Okay, so you actually answered a couple of my questions, because then, so we could put all revenues into an escrow until the lawsuit is resolved? Yes. Okay. So this goes back to, I believe it was 2016. There was a previous Measure T for the Loop Road. And the council at the time chose not to defend a lawsuit because of the constitutionality issues. Is that an option? We're not required to defend a lawsuit?
There's no legal requirement to defend a citizen's initiative.
Okay. The report talks about an equal split, but I think you guys mentioned, you and Ms. Tika Morovis talked about it. It doesn't, the measure does not talk about how it could be split, and any future council can spend it all on one item, equal split it between two. Any future council can spend it however they choose within the parameters of those three items.
Yeah, it needs to be spent on the permitted designated purposes, but within those purposes, the city council, with the advice of the advisory committee, can choose how to spend it.
Okay. So for instance, all of the money can be spent on roads, all the money can be spent on transit, or all the money can be spent on housing, or a split. Okay. Oakland, a lot of this was based on Oakland. Oakland was different. Oakland's vacancy test is based on commercial property, isn't it?
Oakland has a vacancy tax on commercial property, and they have a more recent one that also covers residential.
Oh, it does? Okay, well, that's good. Oakland currently only has to contact, I believe, approximately 4,000 property owners, though? Or do they contact all property owners?
I can
Oh,
answer
thank
this
you.
question. So they have approximately 75,000 residents in their city, and their approach is to first learn which properties are actually vacant, going through the utility bill, any other compliance enforcement activities, and actually determine which properties are most likely to be vacant. And that's how they how they come up with the 4,000 properties. And they send bills only to, they contact only 4,000 properties. And based on the response, only 30% of those 4,000 properties actually pay the tax, and the remaining file appeals, file exemptions, or are non-responsive.
So based on this report and based on your assessment of this measure, what method would you use to determine vacancy? Would it be an honor system?
We have discussed different methods, and that would probably be the next or a completely separate step of determining how we would collect that information. But based on the initiative, initiative states that all 16,000 units have to file declaration of occupancy. It could take a form of under penalty of perjury, and we could decide what kind of supporting documents we would like to receive, whether it would be for all 16,000 properties or whether it would be just part of an audit when we audit utility records and determine which properties possibly might be avoiding the tax.
So my next question would be, 16,000 homeowners send in that declaration of occupancy and the supporting documentation. How many people is that actually going to take to audit that?
So right now, we're processing approximately 3,200 business licenses, for example, and that takes a few people and probably a month or a couple of months to, well, actually on the receiving end, it takes several months to process. But as an example, SCI Consulting Group with 4,000 that they have to administer this tax with. It takes them 5 to 6 people just from their team, and they also have a support of City of Oakland, an auditor, and I believe an appeal legal person who participates in the process. So it's at least 5 to 6 people on their 4,000 properties. I anticipate that could take, it depends on whether we develop a software that would streamline that, and again, depend on the response from the property owners and compliance, right?
So possibly 10 people?
Possibly.
10 or 12, okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great, thank you, Ms. Wallace. And all right, Ms. Cregan is good. So for me, I have a couple questions. Well, going back to the sales tax thing, because I'm trying to wrap my mind around that real quickly. It's saying approximately 540 to 1543, and I think that's based on probably just so many unknowns. It's really hard to find what that number would be as far as the effect of new residents.
This is actually, it's a 10% of the remaining portion of when you take 30 to 60% will pay the tax, and of the remaining 10% will become the permanent residence or will be converted to permanent residencies.
Right, so it would fall somewhere in that basis. And then it's basically saying whatever that number is, that those people would spend $17,386 in retail sales, and 8.75 of that is our sales tax rate, but we only get 2.5% of the 8.75.
And that's 235,000 to 670,000 is the 2.5%.
Exactly.
That the
So
city will receive.
per
Yes.
year, depending on whether it was 540 or 15, it would vary, but it's not, for what the city would get, it's 250 to 600,000 per year. So I just wanted to, because I thought we had set a much higher number when the state would be getting a little bit higher number, but not the city. Okay, and then I'm curious going into kind of our ability, and this is probably for Ms. Stroud, when we get into asking for people's utility bills, the statute, I didn't see anywhere that it allows or gives us authority to, how broad can we go in determining how we're going to ask for people's utility bills or those type of things? And is there not privacy, or do they not have to agree to do that, or does this initiative give us that authority?
No, this initiative doesn't give us any special authority to get people's utility data. That would be worked out with the utility companies directly in terms of them sharing the data, and it probably would include some protections for individuals' privacy, including not disclosing their data, only using it for our purposes and not disclosing it, for example, with a Public Records Act request or to other people.
We wouldn't have to have, if this, because in my mind, it would have needed to have that authority in the initiative for us to not require the property owner to give up their privacy rights.
Well, I don't know that a citizens initiative could waive people's privacy rights, but so we would need to work out like a non-disclosure agreement directly with the utility companies to share the data to be able to use that for this purpose, which obviously we haven't done that yet. That will happen if the initiative passes.
Okay. And does the utility company have the right to not enter that?
Yes.
So that it could come back to if a utility company wants to share the data with us. Okay. I think for questions, that probably stops me there. And yeah, so with that, We're going to open up public comment. I do want to remind the public, which I think most of you probably understand, this is a citizens initiative. This is not an initiative that was brought through the policy of council. So as you're directing your comments, please direct them only to the council, and please talk about the report. Again, this was not the doing of council and not our policy, so I just really want to remind everybody. And again, please try to remember our policies and do not clap. This is an opportunity for everybody to speak on either side of the issue, so please respect our policies. And with that, Mr. Jenkins.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. First of all, Mayor and Council, thank you for moving this item up on the agenda for the convenience of those in favor and those who are not in favor of it. Thank you. I just want to I sent you a letter on the 17th of June that articulated some concerns with the initiative and and questions about the report. I do want to commend staff on preparing the report on short notice, but just a few points. First of all, second homes are not vacant homes. Black's Law Dictionary defines vacant as being empty, unoccupied. These are not vacant and unoccupied homes. Secondly, I'm in one way delighted, I guess, because I'm a strong supporter, and I have a record to prove that, of affordable housing in this city and other cities. And I would like to see us have a dialogue on the ways other than increasing taxes to realize resources for affordable housing, and they do exist, as I've submitted to you previously. Let's have that dialogue so we can maybe come to some solution other than dividing our community. From a legal, I was very pleased with the city attorney's comment that as a general law city, we have no appellate authority to levy such a tax to start with. There's no, the litigation in San Francisco is with a charter city, very different in terms of its powers than we are. Frankly, I think our facts are better. So there's no legal authority if you place a matter on the ballot and it passes that you don't know yet whether you have the authority to actually enforce it. This is going to be a bureaucratic nightmare to administer, as I think was alluded to in a very professional manner by your staff. It's fraught with uncertainties. It's fraught with concerns to monitor, and you can be assured that if it passes, it's going to be litigated. And I certainly don't want to see any city dollars used to defend a matter which has not been determined to be legal or maybe discriminatory. All city property owners should be contacted with a fact sheet describing what the proposal is factually, not lobbying, and what the potential impacts are. And I guess I've been deleted. Anyway, thank you for your time, and thanks for all the affordable housing supporters that are here.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Teixeira.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council, staff, ladies and gentlemen. Steve Teixeira for the record on behalf of Tahoe Chamber and the Keep Community First Coalition. It's a very instructive discussion and presentation on the part of your staff. Our concern with the report is that it doesn't really meet the intent of the law that requires or allows a legislative body to have a report like this. So the purpose of the report under the law is to help the voters understand what they're voting on. And I think this report fails. We understand it was a limited time and a limited budget, but frankly, based on the presentation, they should have interviewed your staff. The staff has more pertinent information as to what the impacts would be than the consultant who went hither and thither and yon to look at things that really don't bear on our situation. With me tonight are colleagues of mine, Sharon Kerrigan, Jerry Bendel, Dwayne Wallace. We've divided up our comments on the report so that we can meet your 3-minute requirement. So my purpose is to summarize. There are many assumptions in this report, and there's very little to back up why the assumptions were made. We've heard already about the cost of implementing this. It's significant. I think your staff understands that. It's not a couple people dialing for dollars. It's a lot more complicated than that. The setup costs, the what happens if it's litigated, if somebody litigates, which they will if it passes, and then the role of the oversight committee. As I think Councilmember Wallace pointed out, and City Attorney concurred that it's no different than any of your other advisory committees. They don't have the ability to oversee what you're doing. So that is a misnomer and a pretty serious one. And then privacy issues, that was just raised. These are huge. So I've been on the phone a lot with property owners who would be affected by this if it passes. They're crying, they're angry, they're mystified, and I think this puts a black label on the city for a long time to come, just that you would even think about doing this to them. And the terminology in the report is bothersome. Units. These are not units. These are people. These are their homes that they struggle to get. And they're not all the same, and they've come to them by different ways, and they don't want to be assessed the same. That's an inequitable situation. And as the mayor said, this was pushed on the city. This is not the city's choice. I was here at the council meeting the evening that you decided as a council, when you thought about this, you didn't want to pursue it. Litigation was one concern, you had other ones, but here it is pushed on the city, and I don't think that's fair for the city. If there was a way for the city to decline to deal with this, that would probably be something good. So let me pass the baton on other issues to my colleague Sharon Kerrigan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kerrigan.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Sharon Kerrigan. I'm also with Keep Community First Coalition. And as my colleague Steve Teixeira pointed out, one of the critical ways in which this 9212 report really completely misses the mark is in the likely massive bureaucracy that it's going to take to set it up, administer, and enforce. It states it would take $1 million the first year to set up and then just over $600,000 a year after that, an ongoing cost, but even a cursory review of that shows how quickly that assumption falls apart. It seems to be based on just a quick chat with the staff at Oakland who administer their vacancy tax. That's the only other one operating something similar in California. And based on these quick conversations, the consultant concluded only 3 full-time city staff would be needed to administer this. But if you do the math, if Oakland has 4,000 vacant units and we have almost 17,000 housing units, that sounds to me like 4 times the number of staff that would be needed. If they have 5 or 6, that sounds like 24 staff to me. So South Lake Tahoe is vastly different than Oakland as well. We've got single-family residences, we've got condos, we've got mobile homes. Are those going to also be subject to the tax? If 40% of these simply refuse to comply, is it really worth it to pursue this? There's going to be thousands of individual files and appeals and people that are trying to avoid this tax that the staff is going to have to go through. So if the city has just over 200 employees now, 110 in public safety and 90 in other government services, we would need to increase our non-public safety staffing by over 50% just to administer this program. And on top of that, what about the cost to set up the software, the systems, the hardware, to monitor 17,000 homes? When has a government ever set up a new computer system on time and under budget? Even if you charitably call that another $1 million, you're now talking about $10 million or more a tax, which would cost $8.5 million to set up and administer and enforce. It would become a tax increase whose proceeds go almost entirely to pay for the enforcement of the tax. And what is the point of that? So this report completely missed the mark on the cost of enforcement, but rest assured that we are going to be working very hard to get the truth out to the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. Mr. Bindell.
Thank you. For the record, Jerry Bindell, also with the Keep Community First Coalition. I want to drill down on some points about the enforcement that the report actually completely missed. even though the measure starts costing taxpayer money to the tune of millions of dollars starting in early 2025 that Sharon just outlined, the start of the vacancy tax period calculations don't begin until 2026. That means we won't see any revenue from the measure until 2027, after the city figures out which homes in 2026 were subject to the tax and which weren't. Where will all this money come from? We could spend millions from early 2025 to the spring of 2027 when the first tax receipts do arrive. Will the vital programs of the city, such as police, fire, rescue, parks and recreation, pothole repair, and yes, even our existing housing programs, be cut to pay for this vacancy tax bureaucracy? Will we empty our carefully managed reserves, which the city set up for a rainy day fund for emergencies and downturns in the economy? Will we tap into that? Worse yet, will the city go into debt, borrowing against the hope that vacancy tax collections will eventually happen as this measure authorizes in 2027? I'd like to discuss some of the report's assumptions as well. As was pointed out by council members, this report was thrown together too fast, with nowhere near enough resources to do a proper job analyzing a measure this complex. The report makes some wild assumptions about the housing in South Lake Tahoe. It surmises that roughly half of the 17,000 homes are not occupied full-time based on the sole fact that property tax bills are being sent to a different address. It assumes that between 30 and 60% of these homes are actually vacant, but do not outline how they came to that measurement. The report assumes that 40% of the vacant homeowners will simply refuse to pay the tax, and that the city could just accept this as a cost of enforcement. Later, the report acknowledges that this cost could get a lot more expensive if the city chooses to get aggressive. Further into the report, another assumption is made that the tax will result in 1,500 new full-time residents generating $500,000 a year in revenue. It misses that the $34 million per year, which is paid by some not so wealthy taxpayers, will result in a massive tax increase that could decrease their spending, offsetting any of those tax gains. Thank you, and I turn over to Dwayne.
Thank you, Mr. Bendel. Mr. Wallace.
Dwayne Wallace with Keep Community First. On the way over here, I had to take my granddaughter and get her something to eat real quick. So the advertisements say how great Happy Meals are. So drove her through McDonald's, got through, ordered a Happy Meal with cheese, by the way. I let her splurge. And as we drove away, she says, wait a minute, there's no burger there. And that's exactly what's going on here. This is a burger short of a Happy Meal type of proposal. And the reason I say that is because when I try to describe it to somebody, I have to say, well, our council didn't do this. They voted it down. The city staff didn't want it. They saw that there were problems with it. So one council member and a group of friends got together and told people they were all going to get new houses if they voted for this and wouldn't have to pay for them. And so that's what happened. People said, okay. So it's on the ballot. It only took, I don't know, 400 or 500 bad signatures, but they got it. They got it on the ballot. Now you're faced with pretending that you're okay or that you can work with this, when in the truth, I haven't talked to one city employee of any kind that thinks that this is a good idea. For one thing, they don't see any money going to police and fire services. They see it taking up and consuming all the hours and time of the entire city. Not only that, but you're going to create an IRS, a city IRS. And the first thing you have to do is go against the Constitution and say you are guilty until you're proven innocent. Those people will have to come to you and prove they're innocent. I've looked into the Vancouver tax. Now, it's obviously Canada, and they do things different, but the people there with just 2 years back notice have to go through their receipts and show that they bought gas at a local gas station, that they went to a local doctor, that they have used local services, and they're frantic because if they don't get those receipts in to these inspectors who evidently maybe get a bonus for collecting, they're scared to death. And now Vancouver's talking about making it $30,000. So when you rob Peter to pay Paul, Paul's always happy, but it goes against so many aspects of the Constitution. Our city attorney is excellent, and she's trying to be stoic here. But when we get to the actual point where this has to be implemented, there are so many taking clauses and things that she mentioned, it just scares me to death. So please keep that in mind.
Great, thank you, Mr. Wallace. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Messina.
Oh, it's always nice to see you all again. John Messina for TahoeTaxpayer.com. People keep talking about using utility bills to prove whether these people are occupying their homes or not. I want to clarify that because the California Constitution Privacy Rights Act specifically prohibits utilities revealing any personal data without your permission. And that would include the names of the people who lived in those houses and owned them. They might be able to collect the total amount of gas used, but they don't know, cannot tell them who it belongs to. There was two other issues. Other one was, suppose they enact this, they spend $1 million the first year, never collect any tax, and they lose in court. Who's going to pay for that? I would suggest that the city council require the proponents put up a cash bond to cover all expenses during that first year, because there's no way they can collect any money if they lose. It's not a free choice. They keep saying you can choose whether to pay the tax or rent the house. Repeatedly, the 5th and 14th Amendment cases, the U.S. Supreme Court has said you cannot be required to give up one right to enforce another. And that's what they're asking you to do here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else? Mr. Kurzweiler.
Good evening. Okay, if I owned a second home and I did not occupy it, you're asking me to lower the rent below fair market value. You're asking me to lower the cost below the cost of maintaining my home. That is called rent control. As far as I know, we don't have any rent control around here. Okay, right now you cannot find a contractor to improve your home. Nobody can find a contractor in this town to do anything. 80% of my work is on second homes. 100% of the contractors I work for are doing remodels and home improvement. 20% of those 100% contractors are working for local residents. If this vacancy tax goes through and the people do not rent they rent their home because they want to save $6,000, that $6,000 is going to come out of every contractor, and nobody's going to improve their home in this community. You're going to lose every contractor in this town. And just a final thought, we keep using the word assume, and we know what that means. So I'm going to use the word intend. One of the proponents is totally against Airbnbs. One of the proponents owns an Airbnb. So if I owned an Airbnb, can I change my residence to where I intend to live for voting purposes? Why can't I just say I intend to rent my home at least 180 days a year? I cannot predict the future. I don't know if I'm going to make that money, but I intend to make that money. So I have to assume I will rent my home for 180 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kurzweiler. Anybody else in the room, Ms. Richmond, or yes, go ahead and just state your name for the record.
My name is Bob Poet, and I'd like to focus on the declaration of occupancy. It's a critical piece of the vacancy tax. Declaration of occupancy, DOO, due, aptly acronized. Every homeowner in South Lake Tahoe, if this passes, will have to submit an annual due, and they'll have to submit it when it's due, whether it's a domicile residence, retirement home, family retreat, investment property, vacant or not. So you will have to submit a due under this ordinance. So you'll have to deliver it to the city when it's due, and there's a fine if you don't. You can deliver your due in person. You can mail it in. This might be painful. You can submit to electronic submission. And you may have to pay for this, but your attorney can also do a due for you as an agent. That would be a due in lieu. So how you do your due is up to you. There is some question as to whether renters have to do a due. A council member has said, yes, they do, recently. But then, on the other hand, there's others that say, no, don't have to do that. So, but one or the other, it could be a real mess. And even the proponents of the vacancy tax have suggested that a couple of people will have to be hired from the city to go through all the due and make sure it's done right. Now, I live in Nevada, so I don't have to do a due. But I could do a due in lieu for you, if you let me, but I don't want to. Because what would happen to me if I did a due in lieu for you and I didn't submit it when it was due? So you can see it's kind of a mess. And I'd also ask, we haven't even talked about squatters. So I think what we should see is the proponents, the purveyors of this vacancy tax to present a due. We have not seen any dues yet. I want to see a declaration of occupancy from the people who want this tax. What will they be seeing when they pass it? Thank you.
Great, thank you. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, yes, go ahead and state your name or, yep, one more. Thanks.
My name's Kerry Kane. My wife and I have owned our home here for 24 years. I feel this vacancy tax is dividing and destroying this community. Is an attack on people's freedoms, being told when and how they can use their properties. Also a violation of Proposition 13, which sole intent was to prevent the increase in property taxes from pushing people out of their homes. Homeowners shouldn't be penalized to forced to sell their vacation home. Look at the history of Lake Tahoe. Virtually every historic building was initially a vacation home. The Baldwin Estate, Valhalla, Pope House, Thunderbird Lodge, Vikings Home. This proposed tax has been compared to be modeled after Berkeley's vacancy tax, but Berkeley and South Lake Tahoe are two different communities. Berkeley has never been a vacation home or a resort destination. Berkeley has a population of 123,000 people, South Lake Tahoe is 21. Berkeley's had only 87 affordable units in February 2024. South Lake Tahoe has 432 affordable units, growing to 680 when Sugar Pine Village is completed. In short, South Lake Tahoe has 83% less people and 87% more affordable housing than Berkeley. If affordable housing is such a huge issue, why wasn't the whole mandated and zoned as an affordable housing site? It's near transit, business, and the core of South Lake Tahoe. Instead, we've allowed the building of more high-end luxury houses while local homeowners and taxpayers are being gouged and forced to pay or proposed more just to keep their homes. According to Tahoe Prosperity Center, South Lake Tahoe is the most affordable area in the entire Tahoe Basin. 25% of its population is able to afford a home, compared to only 12% North Shore, 10% of East Shore, 15% of West Shore. According to Redfin, the average rent in South Lake Tahoe is $1,479, which is 10% lower than the reported nationwide average of $1,648. 40% lower than the entire state of California average of $2,481, and 57% lower than Berkeley's average of $3,447. Realtor.com shows 70 rentals available, 390 homes for sale in South Lake Tahoe. Based on that data, neither housing availability or affordability appears to be an issue. I've got more to say, but I'm running out of time. So I thank you for your time. I hope you give serious consideration. This is going to have a huge negative effect on all homeowners in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And again, if we could try not to clap, thank you so much.
Scott Loberg. There's several with there's several problems with the housing here, and the community, and having students in the schools. Part of it is the J1s, the international students come here. They work a contract. They could work probably 3 contracts a year. For each contract, the employer saves $10,000 off the payroll tax, and then the worker can get all their income tax back. And that's unfair competition against the workers here. And they're not going to take up residency. The other factor is the conservancy. Okay? Nobody wants to take them. Nobody wants to take them on. But they're the ones driving this problem. You take out the supply and the demand stays the same, you're going to have problems. They should be required to return those properties for sale at the price that they paid for those to alleviate this issue. The vacation homeowners are not the problem. It's the conservancy. The other part is the people that want to take over your vacation home. They need to get a second job. I worked 2 jobs. The first time I worked 2 jobs, I worked 7 days a week for 6 months. Then later, for the next 14 and a half years, I worked 6 days a week, week in, week out, in order to pay the rent. I drove 75,000 miles commuting. You can be done. But these people, it's a lifestyle. They want to recreate, whether it be on the hills, in the water, in the mountains, or in the cannabis store. Thank you.
Thank you. And let's see, anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? And Ms. Richmond. Oh, sorry. Go ahead and just state your name for the record.
I'm Steve Tancredi. Glad to be back again. My home up here in South Lake Tahoe, which has been in the family for 66 years, I don't consider it vacant, even though I'm not here all the time. It is fully furnished. All the utilities are on. I do come up here quite a bit. It's not 6 months in one day. But this vacancy tax, to me, it is just nothing but a money grab, is all it is. And lost my train of thought. Anyway, I choose not to be a landlord, and there's many reasons why. It was a rental back in the early 80s, and the people we had in there at the time literally destroyed the place. Who pays for that? It won't be the city of South Lake Tahoe. It'll be coming out of my pocket. So this shouldn't even be on a ballot as far as I'm concerned, and should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room? Yes, go ahead and come forward and state your name.
Hey, good evening. My name's Kevin Jordan, and I'm frankly shocked that this can go under some scandalous title of citizens initiative. I mean, it's just insane. I'm not really, organized with my notes, But I can tell you that our family fell in love with Tahoe in the 1960s, and we started calling it home in the 1970s. And since then, we've been coming up regularly, and we have a place here. And I'm a public servant. I'm a career science teacher in public schools, and I plan on retiring up here. And someday, when I pass, my mom passed a couple years ago, and my wife, who is a nurse, who looks at Barton and goes, huh. So we bought out my siblings, and now it's our place. And to destroy a family like this, to compare it to Oakland is just like insane. I taught in Oakland for 25 years, and the corporations there that are leaving properties vacant are not the working families that have busted their butts to try and have a beautiful, another place to call home. It's just, those are apples and oranges. It's a crazy comparison. A couple of questions that I feel need to be asked. How much income did our community lose when Measure T destroyed all the small mom and pop businesses that were paying fees for their rentals? How much did we lose there? How much affordable housing, no offense to Nevada, but how much affordable housing has been put in on the other side of the casinos? I don't know. But these are questions that we should be asking. There will be lawsuits. Oh, yes, there will be lawsuits. And I ask that you, well, the other thing that really caught me was the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement. Holy mackerel, are we still in the United States? That sounds like something a wannabe dictator would need the next time he comes to visit Nevada and finds himself a porn star. It's crazy what's going on here. It's just really, really crazy. And I'm hot under the collar. I'm not mad at you, but the folks who lied to the signatures on this thing, they should be liable. And they should be paying for all the legal consequences that come with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else that's in the room that would like to give public comment? Mr. Mosier. Go right ahead. Please state your name. That's all right. She can go right ahead.
Hi, my name's Melissa Barham. I own a second home up here. And I know you guys have no say what goes on because this is going to be up to the voters. But I hope moving forward, you try to include the second home owners. Ever since COVID, there's just been this movement on social media to just exclude us. And not even exclude us, just be so mean to us, like threatened with a $1,000 fine if we come to our own home. Now we're told that if we're not here for 6 months and 1 day, that we're going to have a $3,000 tax, a $6,000 tax. I'm a middle school teacher. My husband's an accountant. We're so lucky we've spent summers in Tahoe for the last 35 years. My son got married up here. We consider this one of our homes. And as we get closer to retirement, we spend more and more time here. And I feel like I'm a community member. I volunteer for beach cleanups. I know so many people in the community. I have fabulous neighbors. They asked me to come tonight just to see what was going on. And so I hope you make the effort to realize we are such valuable members of this community. We pay our taxes. We pay our utilities year-round. We pay trash collection. We bring people here because it's our favorite place in the world, and we spend money here. When we bring guests here, we're going everywhere. We're going out to play golf. We're going on the lake. We're skiing. We're going to restaurants. We're going to the grocery stores. And we support this community. We love this community, but we just feel that we're being attacked. Social media is ridiculous, and the threads on there, and then everyone who has anything to say against the people on social media, they go back and do profile checks, and they just tell us to mind our own business. They delete our comments. I know that's something that you guys can keep in mind, that we are a valuable member to your community and our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Since this is supposed to be commenting on the report, a while back I made the statement before you here, a different council, that that the root word in analyst, analyze, and analysis is anal. And that's what you get. You know, this is really not very comprehensive, and the facts are really difficult to determine here. It really is darn near impossible to come up with, any true accounting or predictions or anything there. And I personally, I think it was a waste of taxpayer money. Either side of this, one thing that this ballot measure is doing, and I commend the people for standing outside through the winter and collecting signatures. It is part of the democratic process. They have the right to do that. So without being hashed and criticized, it is part of the process, and they have that right and should defend it. But at least this measure, if nothing else, is sparking the debate, the real causes of the housing issues here. That I see, and I stood up before council in 2003 when the VHR ordinance was first passed. And then the next year, in 2004, the first year of review, and held up the magazine. We're in the top 5 in the country for rate of increase in housing. And I said that's what it's going to do. It's going to it's going to destroy the housing market. And number 2, it's going to prevent you from creating a second and third economy here, which people were starting to talk about then, and the need for it. And so all it did was no cap in the beginning, and then just kept raising the caps on VHRs. Mr. Teixeira here, keep community first. He's avid supporter of VHRs here and in Douglas County. Picketed against Measure T. So what community is he for? Realtors, property management people. So, like I said, if nothing else, let's spark the debate and get it out there about the true causes of the housing problems here. Personally, I think the ship sailed. I really don't see, a really good, thorough solution, to the problem. I think it's catch up. It's with the roads. In 120 years, you might catch up. But at least have the debate and start it and have a good, hearty debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Yes, go ahead and come forward.
Dr. King once said, "We must learn to live together as brothers or perish together as fools." I had a conversation with a lady who told me, "You transplants need to get out of town. All you recent transplants are just trying to come in and disrupt and destroy our community." I said, "You sound a lot like segregation in the 60s, attacking me with that transplant." I've decided to take a different approach. Although I am for this vacancy tax, today I'll be speaking on behalf of the homeowners and their best interest should this pass, meaning to add exemptions and incentives to the list report. Consider it a moral obligation. I'll start with, I believe there should be more exemptions. Just because we locals are struggling does not mean that we want to cause any either. If someone is retired and on Social Security, being a landlord is a job, and asking a senior to either go back to work or to pay a fine on a fixed income, not morally right. Also, sentimental value is priceless. So if someone inherited a house from deceased relatives, being asked to risk it simply because they can't afford it, I don't believe that's right either. So inherited with financial hardships should be exempt. Things like this should be more considered. The original vacancy tax was founded on the idea that it should be it's not a revenue builder, it is a vacancy filler. So let's bump up lease to locals amounts. Let's add consistency bonuses. After 5 years, get 50% off your property tax that 5th year. Subsidize ADU conversions, and through lease to locals, get that extra incentive and to get a percentage of the building costs back. Not only builds value in the home for the owners, but it's cheaper than construction on new apartments, less toll on the environment. Change is inevitable, surer than death and taxes, and as it does, so must we. But we must move forward, we must think ideas, and we must work together. To me, this is what Dr. King meant by living together as brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the room that would like to give comment? Mr. Roberts.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Keith Roberts. I know we're supposed to be talking about this report. I just wanted to point out one issue I had with the new residents that we expected it might bring to us. I know we all admitted that there's a lot of assumptions made in the report and whatnot, and it's definitely hard to predict human behavior. But my staff that work for me that I've talked to that are having struggles with housing, they've all mentioned that they're looking for something better. They're not that they haven't found something, but they're just looking to upgrade, get something better. So as one of the incentives for meeting the criteria for, avoiding the tax is to lower the rents. Well, that means, I think the report leaves out who is these people that are involved in this, what is the demographic. So I think a lot of our locals are gonna upgrade because it's gonna be the same price. They're gonna get another better housing opportunity, and I think that's a positive result. But what is that going to leave for the outsiders to come at? It's just going to be all the lesser desirable properties. And is that really going to attract a lot of new residents to our town? Also, is if these people are, if the landlords, the small and large, are lowering their rents, that means they're going to have less expendable income. And how is that going to affect, the loss of retail spending that we're hoping to increase with new members to our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. And let's see, Ms. Richmond.
Good evening, Council. Thank you to City staff for pulling this together on an incredibly short timeline. I'd like to please ask for a small correction to the report text in 2 instances of a missing option available to homeowners. I appreciate that City staff did make this edit verbally in their presentation tonight and would like to request that it be amended in writing. On page 5 of the report, it mentions that if the tax is adopted, each homeowner could, 1, sell the unit, 2, reduce the number of days vacant below the 182-day threshold by renting out for intermediate term, parentheses 30 days or longer. 3, landlords could lower rents to attract full-time tenants to vacant units, or 4, they could pay the tax. What is missing in that list is that homeowners can elect to occupy the unit for more than 182 days per year themselves, or have house guests or family use and enjoy the property. And in doing so, bring more money to our local economy and local businesses as they dine at local restaurants and shops here in our community. There's a cost to our community and to local businesses when homes are unoccupied for more than half of the year. Unlike hotels or even VHRs, which house visitors in our community on a daily and weekly basis, many second homes are used only a few times a year, some not at all. The policy is designed to encourage homeowners to use their homes more often to support our local businesses and stimulate our local economy on a regular basis. The list also names intermediate-term rentals, but neglects to mention long-term rentals, which have the benefit of allowing homeowners to receive additional funds up to $2,000 per tenant through the Lease to Locals program. This list appears 2 times on page 5 and page 17. I'd like to ask the council move to update both versions of this to include the possibility for homeowners to live in their houses or rent to long-term, both of which would mean they would pay no tax at all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Richmond. Anybody else in the room? Yes, just come forward and state your name.
Good evening. My name is Francesca Bailing. First, I'd like to thank the team who prepared the report. I appreciate the work that went into it, and I'm glad to see the positive impact that the vacancy tax will have on the city, its businesses, and its full-time residents. But I would like to see the council support the change Mr. Robbins proposed. Please remove the misleading paragraph on page 6, speculating about the lease to locals and financial incentives. The vacancy tax is not only a funding source, it also creates an incentive for more full-time occupancy. Whether homeowners start to occupy their houses full-time or rent to someone else who does, this will support the local economy and prevent the rising vacancy rate from turning South Lake Tahoe into a ghost town. Locals for Affordable Housing estimated that if 20% of vacant homeowners shift to local occupancy, that will open over 1,400 housing units for local residents, quickly creating more supply in the housing market. In this very report, HDL comes to a similar conclusion, estimating that 540 to 1,543 housing units will shift. This is a powerful incentive and bigger than any housing project in the city's history. But as Mr. Robbins pointed out, there is a misleading paragraph on page 6 that should be removed. It reads, based on experience with the Lease to Locals program, in which only 40 homes were converted to long-term rental properties with a $10,000 per year incentive, it appears that financial incentives are not particularly effective to motivate owners of vacant property in South Lake Tahoe to rent out their homes for longer terms. This is speculation based on false information. Lease to Locals has been a small incentive, just $2,000 per qualifying tenant. Property owners are only eligible for $10,000 when renting to 5 adults or 4 adults and any number of children, but most houses don't rent to or accommodate this many people. This financial incentive only applies if these qualified tenants sign a year-long lease. Furthermore, this incentive, regardless of its size, is only a one-time incentive and does not repeat annually. It could be a bigger program, but we need a funding source to accelerate it. The vacancy tax is not only that funding source, it's also a much stronger incentive and only requires one person to occupy the unit for less than a year, including on midterm leases. That person can even be the homeowner themselves. This negative incentive, especially when paired with the Lease to Locals positive incentive, is a much more powerful motivator than the Lease to Locals program alone. This whole paragraph is not only misleading, but false. Please remove it from the final draft of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Yes, state your name for the record.
My name's Sherry Reese, and I just have one comment about what they're doing in Berkeley compared to what this vacancy tax is. Their days of occupying a unit, a house, is 50 days, not 182 days. That's what it said because I read it. Okay. Either way, Oakland, Berkeley, 50 days, not 182 days, which is really pretty outlandish. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Yes, Mr. Spiel, or go ahead, Mr. Spiel.
Hi, my name is Nick Spiel, and I'd like to thank the city staff for their work putting together this report on such a tight deadline, demonstrating the widespread positive impact of the Tahoe vacancy tax policy. I would like to ask for some clarification, please, on the retail sales revenue growth projected. Page 5 estimates that the sales tax impact of the policy, and it finds that this bonus extra revenue comes from the economic boost of the vacancy tax. The report limits its findings only to discussing the revenue increase to the city government, but it neglects to mention that the county would also see the same revenue boost, and local businesses would benefit from an estimated $27 million in additional retail spending repeated every single year. This section first validates the Locals for Affordable Housing estimate that 20% of vacant units would shift to becoming occupied. The report estimates that this corresponds to between 540 and 1543 additional housing units, housing up to 2,300 locals and replacing the entirety of the population decline that is caused by rising vacancy rates. The report then goes on to estimate that each of these households would spend over $17,000 annually in the local economy, but it omits that this means an additional $27 million for local businesses every year. I extrapolated this number by multiplying the number of housing units by the dollars per housing unit, but please include this total product in the report for clarity. It also estimates that the city would increase its share of the sales tax revenue without increasing the tax rate at all, by up to $670,000 every year. That's like the entire city's cost of running LakeLink. While this report focuses on impact of the city, it's worth noting that El Dorado County gets approximately the same share of sales tax and would see an increase of the same amount. The positive fiscal impact of the vacancy tax on the city budget is unambiguous, so please update the section on sales tax to reflect these conclusions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Spiel. And yes, state your name for the record.
Good evening, Dan May for the record. First and foremost, I want to thank the city for putting together this report. It's not the final say on any of the numbers. As was stated a number of times, there's a lot of assumptions that go into it, but my hope is that it'll lead to more productive conversations, because we can either talk about what's in the report, or we can talk about whether or not we disagree about assumptions. But hopefully there'll be improvement in the nature of our discourse. But specifically, one of the things I want to highlight, which I was happy to see the city itself highlighted, was regarding the San Francisco lawsuit, and that the city of San Francisco is filing for summary judgment just a few weeks ago, and that we might know in August whether or not this passes constitutional judgment. I personally believe that it does, but I'm not a lawyer and I'm certainly not a judge. But I'm happy to see that, because I would certainly like to see, I'd like to see us focusing on whether or not we agree with the policy, not whether or not we agree with the legality. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. May. And anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 22. I will note for the record that we did receive public comments, and I did distribute to council from Douglas, Jenkins, Mark, Martinelli, and Dom. And I do see we have 2 hand raised. First, we have Miss Allen. Miss Allen?
Thank you. It always takes me a bit to unmute. I am old.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I don't have a prepared statement, but I do have some comments to make. Number one, any litigation to pay for lawsuits would come out of the general fund per the city attorney. And her appraisal of it being only about $100,000 has got to be off the chart. She needs to get out of the clouds and back onto earth, because it will be an enormous amount of money. Are we still here? I don't know what happened here.
Yeah, go ahead, Miss Allen. All right, well, we can't hear you, Miss Allen. If you'd like to try to call back in or reconnect, raise your hand again, and we will call back on you. Next up, we have Eric Asbury.
Hello, thank you, City Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak 2 times in one day. Well, my hope for the report was to finally establish that the proposed vacancy tax was illegal and or improperly established. Unfortunately, I'm disappointed. It turns out it's just a waste of taxpayers' money. A property tax must be applied uniformly. It may not tax brown houses at a different rate than blue houses. It must be applied evenly to every property within the district. And, in this case, the author very precisely identified the property tax would only apply to owners of residential units that are vacant for 182 days within a calendar year. And the property tax would apply to only those homes and no others. So that's one challenge that I have to the law. Property taxes must be applied to all properties within the district. It doesn't do that. And then also the special tax district, that deals with the LAFCO law. I was really kind of disappointed to see Ms. Stroud's analysis on that. She apparently doesn't understand the LAFCO law and called this an excise tax instead of, my hope was that she would, if she wasn't an expert on LAFCO law, she would have hired someone or requested that the city council approve that someone be hired with that LAFCO law specialty to go ahead and find that this is a special tax district, and special tax districts, only those that are affected by said tax are allowed to vote on it. So there's 2 challenges there. I really want to go ahead and repeat, I hate to be a broken record, but I would really like to encourage the city council. You guys have the power to throw this thing in the trash right now before we vote. I'm not talking about constitutional, not for constitutional purposes, which Ms. Stroud, appropriately stated that the courts like to see when there's a challenge, when it deals with constitutional purposes, they like to see it go to the vote and let the voters decide. And then from there, negotiate those or debate or challenge those constitutional, or in this case, unconstitutional purposes. We're not talking about constitutional. We're talking about law that's here, right here and now, and a writ of mandamus. I'm going to ask, please, City Council, you guys have the power. Let's go ahead. You have the power. Writ of mandamus. Let's throw this vacancy tax in the trash. If not, we are going to go ahead and instead of people paying $6,000 fee, they're going to go ahead and there's going to be a class action suit. And I'd hate to see the
Thank
city
you,
go
Mr.
down that road.
Asbury. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we do have Miss Allen back. I think maybe 2 minutes on the clock. Miss Allen, are you there?
Love you, baby. I apologize. Somehow I got disconnected. So anyway, I'm just going to briefly go through here. The general fund to pay for any lawsuits. I think Ms. Stroud's assessment of $100,000 is way off the track. It's going to be more like millions of dollars because too many people are really opposed to the invasion of privacy and and all the things that are supposedly happening with this proposed vacancy tax. Secondly, enforcement will also be coming out of the general fund. So the taxpayers are going to just be pay. That's really not any kind of way to treat your constituents. And, I've been here 33 years. And so, excuse me, now you want to tell me how to live in South Lake Tahoe? I don't think that's appropriate. Advisory committee, I don't really know too much about that. So maybe you could tell me about that. Certainly I know myself and some others that would like to be on it. Let's see here. I don't have prepared notes like a lot of people did. Too bad. But let's see. It really is terrible for our community, and the only reason I ever bought in South Lake Tahoe was for the purpose of community. People took care of people, got sick, you had a problem, an accident or whatever, everybody had a fundraiser. It was always great. I worked part-time, even though I worked at Genentech in the city. I worked part-time at Heavenly Valley. And so I was always a member of the community. And now you kind of want to kick me out while I'm 79 years old. I'm sorry, but I can't afford your $3,000 or $6,000, and I'm not going to rent to somebody who's going to wreck my house because trust me, I've already been there, done that. Let's see, the insurance in Tahoe, my insurance after the Caldor fire went from $1,600 a year to $4,500. So do you think that all these kind of wannabes that come into Tahoe to work at a resort are going to be
Miss Allen, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. And no further public comments, Mayor.
Great. All right. So with that, we're going to bring it back to council. We did have a couple questions or that maybe we should clarify. I believe one that has been out in the public a lot, and I think we should have clarified around Measure T and the impacts on our city budget from when that was enforced. And we reduced 1,400 vacation rentals from my memory. The first 2 years, we saw increases in TOT, and as of recent, maybe 2 to 3 quarters, we have seen a decrease, but that can't be associated to Measure T because Measure T had already been in place, and we saw increases in TOT after it came into place. Is that accurate?
So we originally estimated the loss between 2 and 3 million due to Measure T, and when the measure went into effect, it was a COVID, and it was influx of tourists in town, so that essentially eliminated those projections, and there was no decrease in TOT from Measure T at that time.
Right.
TOT has, if nothing else, it stayed flat or increased because of the additional tourist activity.
Great. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of confusion in the public, so I think it's good for the record to be straight. That's in the budget and factual. And then just for the public's efficacy, we just saw TOT reduction 2 quarters ago and then again last quarter, and that's the first time we've seen a reduction in TOT.
Yes. Yes, compared to the COVID year, we are seeing this revenue is flattening, the trends are flattening. It's too early to say whether it's going to be declined this year, but compared to the last year or compared to the last 2 years, which were the highest in TOT history at 18 million for regular TOT, we saw a decline after 3 months of TOT of 12%, and after 1 more month, it reduced to 7%. And we're just closing another month, and it will be available shortly.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tikhomarova. And I guess the other clarifying question, or just for the public efficacy, again, to clarify that the city council doesn't have an ability to just kill this initiative. Once the elector office has approved the certification, we either can adopt the ordinance as is written or put it out to the voters. Is that accurate?
The city could file a petition for writ of mandate. What I was trying to say is that the chances of success on that are fairly low because the courts prefer generally to see challenges after something has been voted on. The exception would be if it's beyond the authority of the voters to adopt, which would be something that's clearly established as beyond the authority, which as stated in the report, there's no case law on this issue, so it would be hard for a court to find that it's clearly beyond the authority of the voters to adopt.
Great. And yeah, and so if we don't take that option, our only option is either put it to the ballot or adopt it. So just for the public to understand that.
And just to clarify, the council doesn't have the authority to adopt this outright. Since it's a tax, it does have to be approved by the voters.
Thank you for the clarification. Okay, with that, we'll bring it back. I do want to make a comment just real quickly. Seeing that both the proponents and opponents both have issues in this report, to me shows that it was done in a way the way we wanted it to be done, because it's not necessarily supposed to appease either side. And again, the assumptions here are very real, because we do not know what future councils would do on the enforcement side. We do not know if 540 people or 1,540 people are going to move in. So these are all based on very real assumptions. We also, in that analysis of 17,000 in spent retail sales, we don't know the effect of how many people that left of second homes and what retail sales they spent annually and what that deduction would be. So many things about this report are really set up to where it is assumptions, and I just want everybody, as well as our council, to be thinking in that way. To me, trying to go through and nitpick this because of that basis is not what we should try to do. I think our staff was great in getting it to us. So I'm not somebody that's in support at this time to try to nitpick and modify. It's up to the council's discretion of whether we want to do that, but I'll leave it at that, and we will open up with Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, thank you, Cody. And I just want to open with, it was a little over a month ago that we were here debating whether or not to commission this report, and both the proponents and opponents both said we absolutely need to have an independent report. That report is here, and it's got something for everybody. It's got things that the proponents think are good and think are bad, and it's got things that the opponents think are good and think are bad. And I agree with Mr. Bass for the most part that there are assumptions made that I would disagree with, and I'm sure that the assumptions I would make would be disagreed with by others. And I think the city did a pretty good job, given the difficult task handed to them, to make this report as impartial as possible. So I'm disappointed to see that the Keep Community First Coalition, the Chambers of Commerce Coalition, now is upset at the report that so urgently was insisted that we needed, because it contains things that they don't like. It contains things I don't like as well, but that's the nature of an independent report. That being said, while I agree that it's probably not a good use of time and energy to nitpick. I don't think we're going to get anywhere more truthful by trying to nitpick based on the assumptions. There are two elements in the report. Given the time constraint that was there are two factual errors in the report that I think should be corrected. These are not matters of assumptions. They're not matters of opinions. They are factual elements that were missed in the report that are just errors. And that's no one's fault. That happens when work is done under a tight deadline. The two errors are the lease to locals description, which we established in testimony is not really being described, it's not being described factually. It's just not what's in that paragraph. And as staff said, they can suggest an alternative set of language for that section of the report. The other one, as was mentioned, is the item on page 5 and 17 of the list of alternatives to paying, the list of what homeowners can do, includes living in the house. That is part of the legislative text. That is one of the ways, and that's not in the list, and that's an error. It's not a big deal. It doesn't hugely impact the conclusions. It's just an error in the report. And this is not about the assumptions of vacancy and who is going to pay and what. These are just, one's a miss and the other's an error. And I'm going to suggest that we approve the report with the request to staff to correct the two errors in fact in the report and then publish that material. My question to staff is, what kind of direction would you want from council if the consensus is to correct the two errors? Would it need to come back at another council meeting for review, or could guidance be given and then it just be published? How would that work?
If council can give clear direction on what it wants changed, I don't think it would need to come back, and it could just be amended and published.
Okay, so my suggestion is that, look, there are assumptions I think should be different. There are going to be assumptions that the opponents think should be different, and I don't think it's worth, I agree with Cody that I don't think it's worth nitpicking over that. But, I think it's important that the public does have correct facts, and there are two facts that are wrong in the report that should be corrected.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Robbins. We will hear from Ms. Wallace.
Those two facts can be changed by just adding or taking away words. You can say up to 10,000 instead of 10,000, and you can take out the words by renting out for intermediate term and just say reduce the number of days vacant to below 182 days. This does not have to be huge. And I agree, we do not have to change a whole bunch, because I refuse to nitpick this to death, because it is based on assumptions. And without hurting anyone's feelings, I'm going to be really, really blunt here. The assumptions are garbage, because there wasn't a whole lot of information to be had. There's nothing here. So who cares? Who cares? I do have two quick questions, though. One for Heather, well, maybe both for Heather. Mr. Jenkins brought up an interesting question for me. The charter city versus general law city in this lawsuit in San Francisco, but based on the fact that they're a charter city and we're a general law city, is something going to be different for us because of that?
Probably not. The power and authority of general law cities to impose taxes is pretty much the same as charter cities, except for the property transfer tax that we've talked about at previous meetings.
Got it.
So that is an argument that San Francisco is making in their motion for summary judgment in defending one of the aspects of their tax that isn't in ours, but I don't know that it's relevant to this issue.
Good, thank you. My next question is on the November ballot statewide, there's an initiative for citizen referendums where there's the 50% plus one versus the 2/3. What happens if the result of that is to change it back to a 2/3 on special taxes? What's going to be the result of this? Because this one is going for 50% plus one for a special tax.
Yeah, so that statewide initiative, the Business Roundtable initiative, I think is the one you're speaking of. Well, the California Supreme Court will decide soon whether it will be on the ballot. That's been argued already, and that decision should be coming out soon. If that is on the ballot and if it passes, it would be retroactive, and so it would apply to this tax as well to require a 2/3 vote. That's if I think everybody anticipates if it is on the ballot and passes, there'll be a legal challenge to that as well. So there's a lot of uncertainty on that.
Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Wallace. Ms. Cregan?
Thanks. I agree that the report doesn't meet everyone's needs. It's a great conversation starter. I really appreciated that public comment. That's a great way to think about it. You can read it, you can take what you want from it, you can find out more information if you don't understand something in it. You can make your own assumptions and challenge the report. I really like it from that perspective. I agree that we don't want to nitpick it at all. I don't think that the issues are big. I would support Ms. Wallace's very small sentence tweaks. And then I would love to get it out into the public and hear what people think.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Cregan. I think, yeah, I'm okay too with the, very simple changes to, saying up to. On the second one, I forget which paragraph, but I believe it covers it under saying that if you occupy the house 182 days a year, would be the same thing as saying if you live in the house is the same. That's what occupying it 183 days, you get what I'm saying? That's the same difference as.
Right, that's just not on the list.
But that's what
It's not on the list.
I thought it says you can occupy it 180.
What I heard, Mayor Bass, is on page 5 of the report, number 2, it says reduce the number of days to vacant to below 182 days by renting out for an intermediate term, 30 days or longer. The suggestion I heard Councilmember Wallace say is strike the words by renting out for intermediate day term.
Okay, that
and
works
put a
for me.
period after 182 days.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Yeah.
My mic was off there. For me, that's fine. I think that, again, it's good to always have if we know something is more factual. So for me, I'm okay with that. And yeah, I think we're ready to move forward. Mr. Robbins, what would you?
Yeah, so I would concede on that. I would only say that the items between list item 2 and 3, and I agree with I don't want to nitpick, but we want to get the facts right. And the distinction that it's making is that there's a difference between like renting out full-time and renting out, say, for a summer, and that's what's being distinct. That's the meaning of item 2, is that you can rent for 30 days or more, like if you just rent out for part of the season. That's different than occupying the unit by owner occupied, for example. That's why 2 is listed the way it is in the report, because it's saying seasonal renting is one way of avoiding the tax. Selling is another way. Renting full-time or occupying it more. It's drawing a distinction between renting seasonally and just occupying.
Where does it say that?
It says here, reduce the number of vacant days by renting out for intermediate term, 30 days or longer, meaning not full, necessarily for a full year, just for 30 days or longer. So my only suggestion is, I think we're very nearly exactly on the same page. My only suggestion would be, instead of striking that, just add a 5th item that says,
But where does it say long-term?
it talks about that in item 3 could lower rents to attract full-time tenants to vacant units.
But it doesn't say rent long-term, rent short-term. It says lower rents.
To attract full-time rentals, meaning year-long, meaning implicitly year-long. Look, it's not the biggest deal in the world. I'm just saying.
I'd say since we
it's
got
fine.
consensus on these changes, let's move
Right.
forward. Because again, I think it does, yeah,
Then-
you agree, it gets in the weeds a little bit. So let's,
Then the,
If I may,
yeah.
assuming there's a motion coming, can it please be a part of that motion and the record that the specific changes?
Sure.
Thank you.
and then I would say
for-
that we need to strike not just the up to 10,000, but the per year needs to go away, because it's a one-time. On the leased locals, it is a one-time payment,
So
not a
up-
per year payment.
Up to 10,000 on the first year?
Up-
For the first
up
year?
to between two and I would say between $2,000 and $10,000 for 1 year, for the first year, or in
That's gonna be up
were
to you
converted
guys.
properties with a between $2,000 and $10,000 one-time incentive.
So that'll land on you guys. Sorry.
To clarify, I know you already said this, Mr. Thomas, it's lease to locals, it's the first year you sign up, and then if the people stay, you don't get, the landowner does not get another payment.
That is correct. The second payment will only come if it's vacant over a period of.
So are we okay with that language, say between between $2,000 and $10,000 one-time payment? Because that's literally what
Okay.
Mr. Thomas just said.
All right, I'll look for a motion.
All right,
Okay.
can I make a motion?
I got it. I make a motion, hold on, let me go to the screen. I make a motion that we accept the Election Code Section 9212 report with the following changes, that we make the appropriate changes. I don't know the page numbers, but change under the lease to locals program to read, instead of the current language, to read $2,000 to $10,000 for the first year only. And that under, believe it's pages 5 and 17, item number 2, have the sentence end after reduce the number of days vacant to below the 182 days, period.
I'll second that. I think that's good enough.
Great. All right, we got a motion and a second, and we can vote. All right.
The motion carries.
Great. Before we move on, you need a little break, 5-minute break? 10-minute break. All right, we will be back at item number 17 in 10 minutes, or 18, excuse me.
Okay, Mayor, we're ready to get going whenever you are.
All right. All right, great. We will call this meeting back to order. We are moving on to number 18. This is our public hearing on the Tourist Core Area Plan, specific plan amendments, and adoption of initial study and negative declaration. And this will be Mr. Hitchcock.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. For the record, John Hitchcock, Planning Manager. The item before you for your consideration tonight is the proposed amendments to the Tourist Core Area Plan and associated environmental analysis. The intent of the amendments to the Tourist Core is to implement policies that were recently adopted in the updated housing element to preserve and increase housing options in the Tourist Core, implement incentivized transportation options and connectivity in the Tourist Core and adjacent districts such as the Lakeside neighborhood, implement applicable California state laws, implement strategies to activate our town centers, align the area plan, the Tourist Core Area Plan with TRPA Phase 2 housing amendments, and also general improvements, code corrections, and typo fixes. Staff started this planning process back in early January 2023. City staffs conducted various stakeholder workshops with business owners, property owners, design professionals, and regional agencies. City staff has also presented the working draft of the amendments to the Planning Commission as well as City Council, and has modified the proposed amendment based on feedback received from Council, from the public, and from the Planning Commission. I just want to go through some of the proposed major changes for the Tourist Core Area Plan. The first change is we're proposing to incorporate 2 parcels into the Tourist Core Area Plan, 3918 and 3900 Pioneer Trail. Both properties are developed with tourist accommodation uses, and they're located right along Pioneer Trail, adjacent to the Tourist Core boundary. We're proposing a no net loss housing standard. Standards are proposed to require the loss of housing to be mitigated. The replacement unit must be equivalent in size and number of bedrooms. The replacement units is prohibited from being used as a vacation home rental. We're proposing a standard to facilitate higher density housing. The Town Center Mixed Use District proposes increasing the height from 56 feet to 65 feet as to accommodate a potential affordable housing project in the Tourist Core. All standards to protect scenic resources and view sheds will remain in place. There's a new density standard proposed to adopt a minimum density standard of 12 units an acre and a maximum density standard of 65 units an acre to promote high density housing and incentivize the construction of smaller units. We're also proposing to adopt TRPA's Phase 2 amendments, which the standard creates a no maximum density for 100% deed restricted housing to align with TRPA housing amendments. We're also clarifying the mixed use density standard in the Tourist Core, that the density for the specific use and type is the maximum permitted by the area plan, so there's no proration. We're also adopting new parking standards are proposed to allow commercial uses within half a mile of a transit stop to reduce their parking requirements by right up to 25%. And then additional reductions may be made by implementing alternative transportation measures such as shared parking, upgrading pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities, preparing a parking management plan, and requiring a deed restriction that the property owner ensures compliance with that parking management plan. Payment into a parking management district if one is created, or allowing applicants to prepare a parking demand analysis supporting further reductions in parking. Staff believes this approach combines an objective stance for maximum predictability for developer while also providing property owners and developers flexibility to design a parking solution that works best for their project and is a balanced approach to parking in our town center. We're also proposing new parking standards for multifamily housing. The new standard will only require 1 parking space per multifamily unit, and we would allow an additional 20% reduction if the property owner records a deed restriction, making the property owner responsible for parking management. We're also adopting TRPA's parking standards for 100% deed restricted projects, which has no parking minimums. We also have new standards for bicycle parking. Rather than basing it on the number of parking spaces, it's now based on use and intensity of use. Uses that have high attraction rates will require more bicycle parking. We're also proposing an exemption for up to 20 seats for outdoor dining in order to activate the town center and the streetscapes, or 300 square feet of outdoor dining, whichever is less, from the CFA allocation requirement. These amendments were presented to the Planning Commission, and the recommendation that did come out of the Planning Commission was revise the open space requirement for multifamily projects to limit open space requirements to 10% of the maximum allowed coverage if the open space standards would potentially reduce dwelling units. Their concern was they didn't want open space to impact the number of units that would be possible on a parcel. The amendments as proposed are consistent with the general plan policies to focus commercial, high-density, residential, tourist, civic, and social gathering areas in town centers to maximize incentives and create a transit and pedestrian-focused district. The Planners Commission considered the proposed amendments at their May 16th meeting, passed a resolution recommending the City Council adopt initial study negative declaration and the Troy's Core Area Plan specific plan amendments. And with that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions from the council.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Hitchcock. With that, we'll bring it back to council, and for questions, Mr. Robbins.
Hi, yes. I read the whole thing over the weekend. Reading CEQA analysis is quite the experience, I will share with you. Couple of questions I just want to clarify. On report, agenda item page 3, report page 2, paragraph 3, no net loss of housing.
Yep.
I just want to clarify something I'm not entirely clear on. So it says mitigation measures have been proposed to prohibit a reduction in housing density with redevelopment projects. What is redevelopment projects? Because that, skipping ahead, there's a nearly identical paragraph in the TVAP area plan. That's the next agenda item, I understand, but I'm just comparing it because there's a lot of similarities. There's no reference to that there. I just want to clarify exactly what that means. And the mitigation of the duplex and triplex properties being converted to single family and then obtaining VHR. But what is the distinction here of redevelopment projects in this context?
Well, there's no distinction. I think I'm just using the term redevelopment as basically redeveloping an existing property that results in reduction of a housing unit. That housing unit would have to be fully mitigated.
Okay, because the paragraphs between the two sections are very similar, but the differences, but these differences here. So I'm just trying to understand what is the difference. I guess the question is, what is the difference in meaning between that paragraph on the TVAP and the TCAP in the no net loss of housing? What is distinct between those two?
Well, there isn't supposed to be distinction. They're supposed to be exactly the same, but I think probably due to an error on my part, I didn't completely copy the same language.
Okay,
the intent was to have the same language in both.
So both the TCAP and the TVAP equally are going to have the same in this plan. Are going to both have the situation where a multifamily unit then gets converted to single-family condos. They're both going to, both the TCAP and the TVAP will then, those units will then be prohibited from becoming VHRs. That's the case in both equally. Is that correct?
I think I'm confusing you. There's two standards that are at play here. One is the no net housing loss, which basically if you take a duplex and you convert it into a single-family home, you have to mitigate the loss of that unit.
Oh, you take a duplex and you convert it into one single-family home, not going from a multi-family home to two single-family homes that are the same building, because a condo is considered single-family.
Well, if you're going from multi-family duplex to a single-family home, in the TCAP you would have to mitigate that loss of that one unit.
Okay.
And then there's another standard which is only in the Tahoe Valley Area Plan, which Anna will talk to, which would through a condo conversion would prohibit those uses from becoming a vacation home rental.
So the condo conversion that exists in the TVAP, but not in the TCAP.
That's correct.
Okay, so as I recall, at the Planning Commission meetings, they recommended that be citywide. why was the Planning Commission recommendations overruled by staff for the TCAP, given that the recommendations there were to have this be consistent in all the area plans?
Well, staff's recommendation of the Planning Commission was because of Measure T and the spirit of Measure T and the citizen initiative that basically directs tourist-type uses to a tourist core area plan, we felt that by not allowing vacation home rentals would be inconsistent with the spirit of Measure T and as well as the land use policies and guidance of Measure T. I'm sorry.
But if a
the
developer
tourist core.
wanted to build a hotel in the tourist core area plan, and they have the land, and they can acquire the TAUs just as at the same cost as they can acquire the RUUs, there's nothing preventing a developer from building a multifamily unit physical building and renting, but having it permitted as a tourist accommodation units and just renting those units out on Airbnb. There's nothing, you can have a hotel and use Airbnb as your booking process for it and just not have it consume RUUs. So why, that's the spirit of Measure T, was to put those units there.
Well, I think,
That was the Planning Commission's recommendation as well.
Well, I think that's the recommendation made by the Planning Commission,
Yeah.
but staff responded that our recommendation was not to include that provision, and they didn't make a motion to basically require that standard to be included in the TCAP.
Okay. We could do that here today, though, if we wanted to, correct?
It's at
That's at the council discretion.
Discretion of the city council.
Okay,
Yes.
I just want to clarify. All right, and then the other question that I had going through the materials for the parking mitigation, and I think it's been touched on a little bit, you can reduce parking requirements by right if you're within, I think it's a half mile of, so 2,000 odd feet of a transit stop. So that would be the transit center or any of the bus stop. I think there's maybe one or two other bus stops in the tourist core area, right?
That's
So if
correct.
you're within a half mile of that, you can reduce parking by right. But if you're further away from that, you have to present a parking mitigation plan of some kind.
Correct.
So I talked about this at the staff meeting earlier, and it seems reasonable that it not necessarily go in this document, but do we have currently a set of guidelines for developers that they can simply, use to choose from a menu list of options of how to do that mitigation, right? So rather than having it be something that the developer has to figure out on their own, do we have like a preset list of things that developers can do so that they can implement that parking reduction that's not by right, but that if they're further away from a transit station? Is that something that we can help a developer with by saying, here's the list of things you can do?
Well,
that will meet that requirement.
Yeah, so the list of items that the developer can choose to create more flexibility in parking reductions are, they can propose shared parking between adjacent parcels. They can propose upgrading pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities. They can actually prepare a parking management plan that basically makes them responsible for compliance with parking on the site. There's also option of payment into a parking management district if the city or some other entity creates a parking management district. And then last but not least, they can also prepare a parking demand analysis supporting further reductions. From staff's perspective, I think giving developers and property owners some flexibility in designing the parking is probably the best solution forward, because they know how much parking they're going to need, and it allows them basically to create a parking solution that works best for their project.
What would be the downside to simply letting this be the developer's problem rather than mandating parking at all? I mean, all those things you suggested are things developers could just choose to do. And they seem, as you said, like they seem to, presumably they understand their parking needs better than we do. But we still have a parking minimum requirement that they then have to jump through a bunch of hoops to eliminate if they say they don't need this or they have an alternative. What was the reasoning behind still having the required state, having the city require them to have parking if they think otherwise?
Well, I think that, so staff is.
If I may, sometimes
Okay,
when you eliminate parking requirements, you end up having traffic problems that flow onto the neighboring street. sometimes you come up with situations where there's illegally parked cars impacting neighbors and other businesses. Those are problems that happen a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, and I can expand on that. And as you may recall, when I presented the tourist core last time, when it came to parking, we're basically trying to kind of split it down the middle here. I don't think you can completely go away from no parking at all. We just don't have the infrastructure or the density in place in the city at this time to support no parking, no minimum parking standard. I think you still have some you need to still have some parking, particularly for multifamily projects, construction projects, because you drive around town and look at some of these older multifamily projects, you can tell there's parking issues. They're parking literally all over the property and out on the streets.
And if I may kind of go back to your original question there, most definitely our planning department can have examples of what these options could be for when our developers come in to have a design meeting with our public works staff, our planning staff, fire, police, they can have these as, here's an illustrative example that you could use for your site.
Yeah.
Obviously, every site's different, but that's a tool we should have and we will have.
You listed like a list of things there, but where is that? But that's not in here. That would be in like the city, that would be separate in like city regulation
I think
structure.
I would treat that more as like guidelines of things that we would present when we meet with developers, our pre-application meetings, and we talk about parking, and then we then basically talk about what are the possible solutions and examples that they can use in their project.
And if I might add, Mayor, John, John mentioned this early on, but it's really important to note that this is in addition to the 25% reduction too. So they could get the 25% reduction, and then in addition, these kind of broad guidelines that allow maximum flexibility for the developer to work with staff across the board, including planning, building, fire, public works, to assess the demands of each project, the traffic circulation associated with that, and maybe incorporate a shared parking arrangement or pedestrian improvements. So with the comments we heard during the outreach, this really provided that balance between kind of a formulaic approach, objective, and a performance-based. So it was really kind of striking that balance, and it was in my opinion, a very good balance, because it allows the automatic 25% reduction, but a developer to be creative and work with staff for the additional amount.
Okay. Great. And I looked through this document pretty carefully, but apologies if I missed it, but I just, I might have missed it. Was there a map of the boundary of the area that is within a half mile of the transit stop? Was there ever like a map saying, here's what's within a half mile that has the by right, and here's everything outside of it? I know it says that. I just was looking for a map of that, and
There isn't. We
I don't
can
think I
get
saw
one
that.
made. It's probably a helpful tool that would be a part of those guides.
Yeah, so
Yep.
If you're building here, here's the map of it,
Yeah.
then this is different than outside of here. I just was looking for that and I didn't see it.
That's a good question, and actually, before I came to the meeting today, I ran the buffer, the half-mile buffer from all the transit stops, and.
It's a lot. It should be a lot.
It basically covers all of the tourist core.
Ski run as well? I guess it's got a stop on Pioneer at the moment, but.
Yeah, there's a stop on Pioneer, so we can prepare a map, but
Okay.
when I looked at it this evening, all of the tourist core was located within half a mile, and the same was also for Tahoe Valley. All the commercial areas, but
Alright.
the TCAP for sure was completely.
This may be then a
half a
tempest in
mile.
a teapot, because I was just looking to try to figure out how much was in and out. It sounds like most of it's within anyway.
It is, yes.
So I didn't see a map, and it's not that I missed one, it isn't there, but it's something the city,
Yeah, no,
the
I
staff can prepare.
anticipated the question would be asked, so I did the buffer.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Robbins. Ms. Cregan.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. You note in your staff report that the concept of minimum density versus maximum density has had a lot of support, and I wondered who that support's from.
It was, from the planning commission and also from the public. There was, people agreed that if we're gonna activate our town centers, we gotta have higher density in our town centers. And it's supported by the general plan goals and policies, which encourage higher density standards in the town center.
Okay, so we think that raising it from 8 to 12 will have a positive effect on the policy of?
Well, so the original proposal was 8 units to 65, and then at the last presentation I did to the TCAP, at least from my side, I felt that there was a feeling to actually increase the 8 to something higher, to 12. That was at least the perception that I got, or I may be wrong.
Okay. And then my other question is, can you explain a little bit more the open space requirement?
Yeah, so we require we require up to 20 feet of horizontal open space for each unit. And at the Planning Commission meeting, the issue came up that, well, if you require too much open space, you may end up eating up into land that could be used for dwelling units, and then you would have to reduce the number of dwelling units. So we decided to amend the open space standard that if the open space requirement results in reducing the density, then we would limit open space to 10% of the maximum allowed coverage.
Okay, so can you think of an example, like, can you kind of talk me through an example of how that would function in a multifamily unit?
So if you have, say if you have a 25 unit dwelling unit, you're required to have 20 feet of horizontal open space for each one of those units. Once you do your design and you put in your open space and it basically starts eating up your land and you can't locate all your dwelling units on the parcel that you're trying to propose, then we would allow you to reduce open space to 10%.
I think that the problem I'm having with that is that it's inconsistent with our parks in every neighborhood standard, because we're saying, I mean, you know, obviously we need to have the housing, but then the people in the housing don't have anywhere to go. And then I guess it's not inconsistent with our parks in every neighborhood, because then we need to build those parks for those people who are in those dwellings. But I'm just trying to think about how it actually would work on the ground. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Cregan. I don't have any questions. Ms. Walsh, you're okay? Great. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. We will go ahead and open this up for public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on item number 18? Yes, go ahead and come forward.
Yeah, Scott, and I just want a clarification. Did he say it would be reduced to 10% or by 10%?
We'll get an answer for you at the end of public comment.
Okay, because reducing it down to 10% would just be woefully inadequate. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Moser.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Just a brief comment, if you can believe that. Yeah, under connectivity mobility, you have on the last sentence here, policy LU-1.12 has been included to enhance the pedestrian connections between the tourist court and the lakeside marina area. Yeah, anything is an enhancement down there. You know, even just filling a pothole. Simple things, you know, sometimes the simplest things, you know, that don't cost much money, then there's, you know, probably a couple of thousand of them in town that can be implemented. One is to have no parking from the corner of Park Avenue and Highway 50 there where Tahoe Tom's is on that side of the street. No parking down to Cedar or Manzanita. I've sent you pictures in the winter where there's just 4 feet left with cars parked and next to the snow berms, and a car and pedestrians are supposed to go through there. And it's extremely dangerous. So, you know, simple things like that. But also in this connectivity and mobility section, a bus route, you know, and this is where with microtransit, you know, instead of having the free taxi thing here with the I would, you know, take those vans and vehicles and, you know, actually establish routes and have one of them go through down Pine Boulevard there. So it would help. Years ago, they had, just for a short term, they had the bus route come down from, you know, from the station there. and come down Pine Boulevard and stop right at the corner there, Park Avenue and Pine Boulevard and stuff. So I would have a stop down at State Line and a stop down at Pine Boulevard and Park Avenue there also. So that would help because people could use it, tourists could use it more and have access to it instead of having, to walk up to the station there up by, the hotel there. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Mr. Mosier. Yes, Mr. Spiel.
Hi, I'm Nick Spiel. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I wanted to repeat some of the points that my colleagues and I on the Planning Commission made when this came before us. There was a discussion here around parking, and I think the staff brings up a number of good points in terms of sometimes you need parking to get where you're trying to go. What I would encourage the council to go with this is parking recommendations rather than parking minimums. Some businesses, you want to build a Target in the middle of the tourist core, they're going to want to have parking, and they have parking there, right? But if someone wants to start a little coffee shop next to the beach, next to a couple hotels, something like that, do they need to require people to drive there? Or if there's a whole bunch of people kind of walking in this kind of pedestrian area, wouldn't it be nice if you could start up a little business without forcing them to build parking for that business as well? And so parking recommendations can be helpful to help developers understand the impacts of their development, but a lot of cities are moving towards eradicating parking minimums. The TRPA is even moving in that direction, and so I think I'd really encourage that. There was also a discussion around the condo conversion loophole, right, where we incentivize developers to build multifamily housing, and then they can convert that multifamily housing into condos and then rent those condos out on Airbnb, and that's not quite what we're trying to do with those incentives. So I do think it's great that people can build hotels within the tourist core. That should certainly be allowed. That's a great place for hotel development, but I do think that there is a loophole with this conversion process where we're trying to incentivize more multifamily housing, but those incentives end up getting used on Airbnbs, which is, I think, a perversion of where it was actually going with that. And so, on another agenda item in the Tahoe Valley area plan, the city is moving forward with that, and I'd like to see that policy implemented citywide. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Mr. Spiel. Yes, Ms. Richmond.
Evening, Council. I just wanted to request, or I guess pose the possibility of a small word change as we consider parking mandates. And this is something that Norman, Oklahoma found was really successful, where they were struggling with excess parking, commonly caused by parking mandates that cost the public extra infrastructure maintenance without creating a taxable base to match those costs. And they had a lot of success by changing the word required to recommended. So when we look at places where we're talking about required parking minimums, we can talk maybe about recommended parking minimums, so it's still clear to developers what the experts on our staff recommend, but that if they deem that they may be able to run a successful business without that, it can at least be a discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Richmond. Anybody else of the public here that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 18. I see Kim Loans.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm out of the country right now, and I got on the Zoom meeting late, and I'd like to go back on that vacancy tax for a minute to clarify.
Oh,
If I'm out of the country,
I'm sorry, that was the previous item.
Well, I just have one question about the bill. I'm not arguing any of it. I just have a question to clarify in my brain. And when I leave the country, sometimes for 30 days, if I have my family watching my pets,
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're no longer on that item. All right. So thank you. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, thank you. All right, so with that, we will bring it back to council for discussion and or a motion.
I don't know if there's consensus on the parking thing, but I think we should think about making the parking, especially for businesses that are small in area, that have small commercial floor area, particularly in the tourist core area where people are already on foot, they've parked at their hotel. Generally, you know, I've a friend that owns a coffee shop in the tourist core area. I've actually baristaed there briefly, and most people are walking from their hotel to the beach. They're not driving from their hotel in the tourist core to a coffee shop in the tourist core and then to the beach. They're just walking. And so the fact that we have parking requirements at all, you know, I think we can reduce the regulatory burdens for some people to open small, especially small businesses that have small commercial area. Like if you're under so many, you know, a certain amount of square footage as a coffee shop or a little retail shop, and you're in the tourist core where there's a lot of foot traffic to begin with, we don't necessarily need to require someone who's investing in a business to also invest in a bunch of empty parking spaces when that could be outdoor dining. They could use that same land area for outdoor dining. They could things that generate revenue for their business, especially in an area where people are on foot most of the time to begin with. So I would like to suggest we consider at least eliminating parking requirements, at least for commercial businesses that are under some square footage threshold at the very least. I understand that like the likes of a Target, you know, you're right. If the Target has no parking, then you're going to get overflow into neighborhoods and it's going to be a big problem. But that's not really the case for a little coffee shop that's adjacent to the beach area. You know, that's going to get people on foot traffic anyway. And so rather than requiring a bunch of extra hoops, I'd like to suggest that we consider an elimination of parking minimums for commercial retail that is under a certain square footage, just to allow people to open small businesses with less difficulty, given that this area has already got a lot of foot traffic. And then the second thing I'd like to suggest we do is close the condo conversion loophole citywide, or at least here in the tourist core area. Every RUU, every residential allocation that winds up becoming a full-time area, there's only 3,000 residential allocations left in the entire basin, give or take. Every RUU that becomes a full-time 24/7 Airbnb is forever removed from the pool of housing. And the whole purpose of the RUUs is to provide housing. But in the tourist core area especially, there's nothing stopping people from building a hotel. You can build a commercial hotel, and it can be built in the physical shape and form of a bunch of condominiums with kitchens and multiple bedrooms, and then listed on Airbnb. There's nothing preventing a developer from doing that. Is that correct?
That's correct. The only thing that would affect them is the density standard. The multifamily resident density standard, 65 dwelling units an acre, and tourist accommodation is capped at 40.
But that's what we've seen, for example, with like the recent Airbnb developments, like the Gondola Vista. That's lower density than those high density residential anyway. So you'd still be able to build a Gondola Vista type project. You just build it with tourist accommodation units as a hotel that has the physical structure of any other multi-family Airbnb kind of building, but you don't need to use any residential allocations for it. You use tourist accommodation units, and a full-time Airbnb is a unit for accommodation of tourists. This is using the permit system correctly and not in this sort of perverse way. So my second suggestion is that we bring the language from the TVAP into the TCAP to close the condo conversion loophole in both cases. And those are the two suggested changes I think we should make.
Great.
Otherwise, I think this is pretty good.
Let's hear from the rest of the council. Ms. Cregan.
Thanks. Mr. Hitchcock, what do you think of the proposal that the council member just made regarding the eliminating parking for small footprint businesses?
I think it's a viable concept. Generally, so a coffee shop, so the parking demand ratio for a coffee shop is basically 350, one space per 350 square feet of gross floor area. So you have a small coffee shop that is, 500 square feet. That's what, two and a half parking spaces, or maybe 3, which then you can reduce by another 25% based on our new code standards. So I think it gets, and then it can get you there. And then if they implement, say, put in bicycle and pedestrian facilities like a bicycle parking lot, then you essentially then wouldn't have to have parking at all. So that's just an example.
Ms. Wallace?
What about their employees, and what about the second item that Mr. Robbins brought up?
I'm sorry,
The-
the
condo conversion.
the condo convert. We thought about that very hard. I mean, and from staff perspective, we were relying on Measure T. And Measure T was very clear that the citizens of the city are okay with vacation home rentals in the tourist core, as well as our commercial zones. And so we felt that to be consistent with the spirit of Measure T, it didn't make sense to have that restriction in the tourist core area plan.
I agree.
But just to clarify,
Well,
right, you can
hold on
still.
real quick, Mr. Evans, let us go through the process. Ms. Wallace was still,
I agree, and I'm not necessarily opposed to the limited parking for a small-ish business. I am concerned because people don't walk as much or ride bikes as much in the wintertime, and that area is impacted more greatly by parking in the wintertime. And more greatly, I worked down there for years. It's impacted greatly year-round. We worry about street parking. Mr. Mosier talks about it all the time. And so if businesses are allowed to be built without parking, then it just moves the parking other places. This is not, this state has a car culture. And yes, we're trying to get away from it. People are doing a much better job of it than they were like back in the 70s. But California has cars. And if you don't build it, they will still come. We're getting better about it. And so I'm on the fence about that one. But with regards to the tourist core and the conversion, I would not be in favor of that with the VHRs, so.
okay. All right, so for me, I hope that we are to a day where I can believe in our transit system to the point that we see data that it shows people are using it to a point that would support the parking reductions, which I do believe exist in California, but I don't see that currently in Tahoe. So to me, it's cart before the horse and reducing parking when you haven't created the transit system to support the people moving through the town and not using cars. I think at this point, we are unique in the fact that many of the winter months, if you didn't have transit, you're not going to be able to use a bicycle because you can't necessarily move through the snow. And I think most of our residents, definitely the majority of our visitors, are still using their vehicles to get to our businesses. And the impacts become very real on neighboring properties. When my property was required to have the right amount of parking, and now we're going to allow new developers to not require parking but build right next to me, what happens? That just sends all the parking that they should have had to my parking lot and impacts my businesses. And so it's really, we have to think through policy like this, and I get where the state's coming from in allowing it, but it is based on the transit. And I think where we're moving with transit, I think we'll be there, but we're not there yet. So it's not that I can't support it, it's that I can't support the cart before the horse theory on reducing parking when we don't have the transit. But let's get a gondola and see millions of people using it a year, and then the data would support reducing those requirements. I also very much agree that, the spirit of Measure T absolutely said the tourist core was where vacation rentals could be. I think it gets very confusing when we're saying require a TAU, but TRPA code doesn't allow a TAU in a residential zone. So there's major conflicts, I think, on how that would get implemented. I don't know that, again, I think from when Measure T was drafted, it was said very clearly that the commercial zones of town, as well as the tourist core area plan, where VHR should exist and be located and still are legally able to be permitted in that area, which makes a lot of sense. It's walkable, it's where all the motels are, it lines up with consistently with the use of the zoning in that area. So I'm very much in support of kind of what staff had here. Again, in the same kind of way that if we get to a place with TAUs and we get to a policy with TRPA that requires them, which is something I am in support on a TRPA policy side of things, but that's a TRPA thing that we need to put across the whole basin, in my opinion, and that we can cross that road when we get there. But with that, that's where I'm at. So I think hearing our council, it seems like we kind of are at a consensus on the items, so I will look for a motion.
I make a motion that we pass resolution adopting the if I can talk, adopting the tourist core area plan, specific plan amendments, and the initial study negative declaration with no additional findings.
Second.
Great, motion and a second, we can vote.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. With that, we are going to go ahead and move on to item number 19. This is going to be the Tahoe Valley Area Plan Amendments and adoption of the initial study and mitigated negative declaration, and this will be Miss Anna Kashuba.
Mr. Bass, there
Yes.
was a question that was asked by Mr. Loberg. Could we possibly, yeah.
Yes. Let's go ahead and answer that if we could.
Mr. Hitchcock, it was reduced by 10% or 2% to 10%.
Reduced by 10% or to 10%?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the actual language reads, open space may be limited to 10% of the project's maximum allowable coverage should the Director of Development Services deem that construction open space to the extent required in Table 9 will result in reduction of dwelling units. And the requirement in Table 9 is, it has to be 20 feet horizontal and 100 square feet per dwelling unit is the open space requirement.
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Hitchcock. Yeah. All right, Ms. Kashuba.
Thank you. Good evening. For the record, I'm Anna Kashuba, Senior Planner for the city. The intentions behind these amendments and the timeframe and the outreach is all very similar to what was done for the tourist core. The staff report covers the majority of changes, and for the most part, they're consistent with the changes that Mr. Hitchcock discussed. So I will only be touching on the amendments that are specific to the Tahoe Valley Area Plan. The first significant changes are to the permissible uses allowed in the healthcare district. This is in response to Barton relocating many of their services to outside of this area. From my understanding, Barton will still have a strong presence in the Tahoe Valley area. However, we heard from property owners who own land in that area that they were having trouble filling those spaces with new tenants as other practitioners relocated. In response to these concerns, we have expanded this permissible use list to be consistent with those of the neighborhood professional district. Second, in addition to the no net loss policy as discussed by Mr. Hitchcock, that is also in place in the Tahoe Valley Area Plan. However, we also have a clause relating to condominium conversions. This states that multifamily dwellings converted to condominiums after the date of this area plan amendment shall not be used as vacation home rentals. This was added at the direction of Planning Commission. The intent is to reserve any new multifamily dwellings that are converted for owner occupancy or for long-term rentals. Any existing condos that have VHR permits can continue to operate so long as that permit is maintained. Lastly, we have added, or we're proposing to add a new district referred to as the Connection Corridor District. This is a group of large parcels. They're all close to or at about 1 acre in size. They're all high capability and close to the town center. They're all within a mile of the Y. These were included so that they would be allowed higher density as well as be captured by that minimum density that is implemented in the Tahoe Valley Area Plan as well. So the density range for this district, excuse me, as well as for the existing commercial mixed-use services district, is a minimum density of 12 units per acre and a maximum of 25. This is lower than the town center districts, as these two districts are not in the town center. For that maximum density of 25 units to apply to market rate units, TRPA will have to amend their code before we can implement that. They currently limit multifamily densities outside of town centers to 15 units per acre. However, if a residential development was proposed on one of these parcels that was 100% de-restricted, the parcel would be able to take advantage of TRPA's Phase 2 amendments that would not have a density maximum, which we are adopting those amendments through this plan as well. Because these parcels are kind of a gateway into town, there are some low-impact commercial uses that are included there as well. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kashuba. Any questions from council on this item? Ms. Wallace?
Thank you so much, Ms. Kishuba. I have a question. In that healthcare district, my understanding is at least one of the former healthcare facilities is being torn down and turned into housing. Is that one of the 1 acre parcels that you're referring to? And what would be the density there, if you could answer that question? If you can't, it's fine.
Yeah, so the 1 acre parcels I was referring to were in that new district, which is different than the healthcare district.
Mhm.
In the healthcare district, I believe it's the 12 to 65 is the density.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
That would apply.
Great. Any other questions? Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I notice, the cleanup annexation process will annex several of the parcels that are adjacent to this area plan. We went through sort of pre-zoning for that, but what I'm wondering is, like, the area along Winnemucca, is that going to move into the T-cap as well once that is annexed on some of the other adjacent parcels? I'm just trying to remember how that's, what the plan is, because a lot of the annexation area is right adjacent to this, and it would make sense to include that in this plan. But obviously, this plan can't include things that aren't in the city yet. That's getting the cart before the horse. But I'm
Yeah.
wondering how those two things work together.
I would say when we did the pre-zoning, did not take into account adding those into the TVAP boundaries, and we would have to look at that at a later date to potentially amend the boundary. Some of the parcels, there's like some large publicly owned parcels that are high sensitive stream environmental zones. Like they probably aren't and
Probably can't do
shouldn't
much
be
with,
shouldn't be
yeah.
in a TVAP, but some of them might need to be evaluated. So it's something we should look at.
I mean, there's the parcels adjacent to the sort of the airport on the east side of Highway 50, coming in, that's on area that's owned by the city, that could be potentially more housing. There's areas being brought in that may between Barton and, just to the east of Barton, that's not clear that's, they may be publicly owned, but it's not necessarily clear that's sensitive land and so on. So when that annexation happens, is there automatically a process to consider whether or not to incorporate elements, parts of that area into the TCAP, or to have that consideration? Or would that have to be additional?
Area plan amendments are either initiated by a private property developer or the city. And so it would be something that we would have to put on our agenda and amend the boundary at that time.
All right, so and it's not automatic, we would have to remember in a year from now, or however long it takes to do the annexation, to remember to ask for that. Does it make sense to give direction now to bring that back at that time if that happens, or just something we just remember to do a year from now?
The only reason my mind doesn't make sense is that what if the annexation doesn't happen?
I'm saying,
So-
the direction would say, if the annexation happens, bring this back as an agenda item in an appropriate time in a year and a half, or whatever timeframe, to make sure we make that consideration then.
I mean,
That way it just doesn't get lost.
I would say that's probably outside the scope of this public hearing to adopt
Okay.
the TVAP tonight, but, yeah.
Okay.
All right, is that up for you, Mr. Robbins? All right, well, I don't see any other questions, so I think we'll open up public comment. Thank you, Ms. Kashuba. Public comment in the room here on item number 19. Yes, how are you?
Thank you, Council. I'm Lynn Barnett with Wells Barnett Associates. I'm here just to thank your staff and the Planning Commission. We have, I've got two clients, the South Tahoe Association of Realtors, that started in 2020 a plan area amendment on an area that's now been wrapped into the area plan, and that's really helping us. And then also, we represent Barton Hospital, and the additional land uses that are being added to the hospital district is going to help the hospital with some of those properties when they sell them off in the future, potentially. So again, I just want to thank everybody, and especially Anna and John, for their attention to these matters. It's been a very long but very good process. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Mr. Barnett. Anybody else? Yes, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Eric Bickert. Council members, thank you for taking a moment to discuss the importance of preserving a variety of uses in currently designated town center zoning within the Tahoe Valley Area Plan. This isn't just about local housing and short-term rentals. It needs to be about keeping tourists out of our neighborhoods and in higher density areas like town center zoning that support business. Let's take visitors out of their cars and give them something better. We already have Measure T, which restricts short-term vacation rentals in single-family homes zoned as single-family residential. It's essentially a short-term rental ban with few exceptions. This staff recommendation wants to go further, prohibiting condo conversions and pushing tourists out of the town centers, the very areas designated for tourist lodging by the city, TRPA and Measure T. This defies logic. Town centers are supposed to be hubs of tourism, not ghost towns devoid of the vibrancies that short-term rentals bring. I propose a nuanced solution for existing multifamily buildings. The two-step condo conversion in residential zoning should be discouraged, even prohibited. Residential zoning is off limits. We need all the long-term housing we can get. It potentially removes long-term rentals from an already strained housing inventory in areas zoned as residential. In town center zoned areas, existing or new multifamily buildings should continue to have the option of converting to condos, with the exception of deed restricted properties, which could still be rented long-term, sold as primary residences, or rented as short-term rentals. We need a creative mix of uses in these areas. Town center zoning is not residential zoning. It is in total alignment with Measure T. It will not allow tourists to invade our residential neighborhoods. Oh, geez. Please be clear on this. Take a moment and look at the city zoning map. Skip forward here. Let's please protect town center zoning for a variety of uses and do not prohibit the condo conversion within the town center zoning, because that was really the intention of where the tourists should be in these higher density areas. That's my point. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your comments. Let's see, any other members of public here in the room that would like to give comment? All right, seeing none, we are going to go ahead and move to Zoom.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 19. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, we will go ahead and bring it back to council. Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. So the zoning changes area of expansion on agenda page 21, Tahoe Valley Area Plan Amendment, Plan 9. Basically everything in red, you could build a hotel if you own the property. If you own the property, obviously. There's nothing stopping you from building a hotel in the Tahoe Valley area in the town center mixed-use corridor, correct? If a developer were so inclined and so permitted.
That's correct.
Okay.
In the town center core, the mixed-use corridor, and the gateway, hotels, motels, and other transient dwelling units are allowed uses.
And if a developer wanted to build a hotel where the units in the hotel had kitchens and multiple bedrooms and potentially independent separate entrances and exits on their own, that would be something that they could choose to build per whatever architectural design they thought was best for their use. Is that generally correct?
Correct.
And if they then wanted to use as their booking mechanism for their hotel Airbnb or VRBO, they could do that. So this is something that I think gets seems like it's getting confused in the public understanding. You are allowed to build in every way an Airbnb unit in the tourist core area. You just use a tourist accommodation unit permit, a unit of use, rather than a residential unit of use when building them. But you can build a structure that is physically identical to any other condominium type building. You just get tourist accommodation unit permits for it, and then it can be and it's permitted as a hotel in this tourist core area, in this Tahoe Valley area, in this town center, and you can still put it up on Airbnb and VRBO, but you're just not using a residential unit of use, you're using a tourist accommodation unit of use. Is that broadly correct?
That's accurate, yes.
So I just wanted to clarify that, because this does not prohibit Airbnbs in this area. It just means you get a tourist accommodation unit of use rather than a residential unit of use. Otherwise, you can build exactly the same physical structure as before. There's no difference. It's just how it's structured. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Great. All right, Ms. Wallace.
Can you convert a TAU and an RUU based on TRPA's new rules from a couple of years ago?
Yes, those can be converted back and forth.
So they're essentially the same?
Yes, I believe I'm not sure what the exact conversion factor is, but yes, they're kind of interchangeable.
Okay. So I'm speaking. So what was the reason by changing this in the Tahoe Valley area plan and not in the tourist core area plan? Because the spirit of Measure T was to keep VHRs in the tourist core area plan and in the commercial areas. And so why would we take it out of the Tahoe Valley area plan as long as it's in a commercial area?
Right. What it came down to on this item was really the Planning Commission direction. This wasn't a change that was suggested or initiated by staff. It came about at discussion at Planning Commission and was then included in their motion. I think similar to what Mr. Hitchcock said, because the tourist core is largely more tourist-centered, they saw the reasoning for keeping the allowance of VHRs for the condos there, but we're still in favor of prohibiting them in this area.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Ms. Cregan, any comments? Okay, let me make some, I'll come back to you, Mr. Robbins. I'm a little, so the commercial zone in the TVAP is the areas, looking at the map, it's kind of right along the highway. And so it needs to be, to get a VHR that's there, it needs to be commercial/residential to be able to build a VHR, because you can't build a residential building in a commercial zone. I don't get that part of it.
You can build residential structures in commercial zones. It's the zoning that designates where the VHRs are allowed to be.
Right, so it just has to be in the commercial zone. So I fall kind of on both sides of that. I definitely believe that the intention of Measure T, and it's very clear in the intention, was to allow them in our commercial zones, and which makes sense because they also surrounded by other motels and overnight accommodations that exist there. So I also get a little torn on that, because it seems that, again, the proponents of Measure T, as well as the 3,500 voters of South Lake Tahoe, voted to clearly allow them in those zones. And Ms. Wallace does bring up a good point that I didn't think all the way through around, you can go to TRPA, and yes, they convert residential units of use to TAUs. So I would maybe like a little clarification on that, but I believe that from what I remember with TRPA policy is the way that it works. If you want to convert a RUU into a TAU, or vice versa the other way, that's a doable thing. So I don't know I'm just trying to figure out what we would be doing, or what would happen if we say no, but then they go back to TRPA and do it through the TRPA. Is there anybody that's thought through the analysis of that?
So the VHRs are still using residential units of use. I think kind of where that comment stemmed from, correct me if I'm wrong, is that while an individual may purchase RUUs that are used in a tourist use fashion. Accommodation units can also be purchased and then converted for residential use.
Right, okay, so yeah, it would be the same thing, I think, and from what I'm hearing, I mean, I don't see it another way. If you want to go get the RUU, you could by buying TAUs, converting them back to RUU through TRPA. So the land use would exist through that conversion. So I'm just wondering, I don't know that we would be stopping anything by ending the condo conversion in this TVAP area. And I do hear from a lot of businesses at the Y that frankly want to see more tourism in that town center. I think we have had a lot of businesses recently struggle there, and having overnight tourist accommodations that are in the commercial core falls back to the spirit of Measure T. Is it consistent with other things that are in that zone? And I think when we think about when you build a hotel, from what I understand, you definitely need somebody, you need a lobby to check people in. I believe that there's other requirements in building a hotel than there would be in building an overnight short-term rental. Is that accurate?
I think that I'm not too knowledgeable on that. I think that would more come into building code.
Yeah, I think if you do the tourist accommodation route, ADA regulation kicks in for tourist accommodation, which it doesn't for residential condos. I think the other key thing, I think why the distinction between the two, remember when you subdivide a multifamily project into condominium, that's sole ownership. Someone owns that condo airspace and they can rent it out as Airbnb, but also at the same time they can stay there when they're in town. You don't really have that option through the tourist accommodation route. There is a code section in the city code that allows condo hotels, but I believe that's only permitted in the redevelopment area down by state line.
Let me very quickly clarify what I was saying. You can buy a TAU, convert it to an RUU, and make an Airbnb. Build an Airbnb with it, correct?
Correct.
You can buy an RUU and convert it to a TAU and make a hotel with it.
That's correct.
So my point is that saying that we're using RUUs and using them as a tourist accommodation unit and therefore using them all up is a bogus point because they can be converted. They're equal.
Yeah, they're all fungible now.
Exactly.
I'm sorry.
So that was my point. I wasn't saying that we should build a hotel. I'm saying that they're equal to each other. So why would we then, exactly what you were saying, why would we then make them okay in the tourist core area, but not in the commercial area of the TVAP? Because that was the spirit of Measure T.
Yeah, hang on, because I'm not sure if that's correct, because I know you can convert TAUs to RUUs. The other way around, my understanding is that is not permitted, the other way around, that you cannot convert an RUU to a TAU.
You can.
And you can convert
Hang on,
them
I'd like to hear
to
his answer.
300 square feet of CFA.
Yeah, so Anna just pulled it up. So one tourist accommodation unit can be converted to one TAU. I'm sorry. One tourist accommodation unit can be converted to one single-family residential unit of use or 1.5 multifamily residential unit of use. And if you convert it backwards, one single-family existing residential use can be converted to one TAU or one single-family. So they're equal. It's one to one on the conversion.
Great, thank you. So, again, thinking through this more and more, I kind of lean more on the side like the condo conversion, so long as that we're talking, and we are only talking about the commercial zones, I lean more on the side in a way because I feel that, again, hearing from a lot of businesses at the Y, really wanting to see more overnight visitation in that area of town. There are a lot of really struggling businesses there. And again, I think there's also a lot of people that want to stay there for Sierra at Tahoe or Kirkwood in the wintertime, for Emerald Bay in the summertime, or Camp Richardson, DL Bliss, the things that the West Shore offers. So again, and it really goes for me back to Measure T. The people voted on that. That is the spirit of Measure T, is to allow these uses in that zone. So I think, let me hear from Ms. Cregan so that you can kind of decide if we're all on the same page.
So given what my colleagues have said, so how would that change your presentation today, your recommendations?
If that's the consensus of council, I'd include that in the motion and we would strike that item.
Mayor, if I can just add a little bit of context here, I think when this came up in the discussion during the planning commission, all these concepts kind of came up, and kind of the spirit of Measure T, and really kind of, I think where this came from was this concept of somehow sending a message that this area, we need to have long-term housing in this area. And for better or for worse, that's kind of where this kind of direction came up. But I think that is an important kind of contextual idea. That's how we kind of got here, even though the TAUs and RUs can be interchanged. It was just this idea of how do we send a message of incentivizing long-term housing here in the Tahoe Valley area plan, while encouraging tourist uses down there. And that was I just want to add that general context for the council's knowledge and background.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I guess one thought that comes to mind, though, in the area plan everywhere that's residential, of course, will still be affordable housing. You couldn't build short-term rentals, and we don't necessarily want to be building long-term housing in the commercial zones of the Tahoe Valley area plan. We want businesses in the commercial zone. Is that not more or less accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it's accurate to state that commercial zoning is, generally intended for that type of use. And again, not really saying that whether it's appropriate or not. I think that was just more the concept that the Planning Commission was grappling with, is how do we make sure that the Tahoe Valley area plan is also still available for long-term residents. And that was kind of that was just the way it went to kind of, I think, immortalize that message a little bit in their recommendation.
But there are areas within this that are.
Mr. Robbins, there's a process, and Ms. Wallace has, and I'm not done speaking either. But just to think back through that, everywhere else in the Tahoe Valley area plan that's residential zone, that will always be long-term rentals, because Measure T doesn't allow for short-term rentals. So what we're saying is not allowing all the residential areas in the TVAP to be short-term rentals. That's not at all what we would be able to do, because Measure T prohibits it.
It was related to the two-step conversion process concept.
Great. All right, Ms. Wallace.
We have a possible project for long-term units at the crossings, between the crossings and the Tahoe Valley area, Tahoe Valley Pharmacy facility, currently in process right now, which is in a commercial zone. We have had 55 residential units of use on the books specifically for mixed use in town centers, at least on the books since 2014, that were never used, and we've been adding to it for a while. Am I incorrect in that? Ms. Roverud, you might be able to answer that question. Because of the, or John, oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yes.
Mr. Hitchcock, I'm sorry.
I think you're talking about the Alpine Estates.
Well, the Alpine Estates was the
project.
first thing that I was talking about, but we had, since 2014, 55 RUUs set aside specifically for mixed-use developments, and no one took us up on those for a very long time, correct?
Okay, it was, actually, we set aside 55 residential allocations.
That's right.
And they haven't been used.
Yeah, exactly. And then we started adding to them with the TAUs so that they could be converted. This council did that.
Correct.
correct. So we are way encouraging residents in the town centers in the Tahoe Valley Area Plan. So I'm just confirming these things.
Yes, it's through this whole planning process, when we did the Tahoe Valley Area Plan, it was always our intent to basically promote housing in our town centers in order to support those employment centers. And that's the land use pattern, that's the desired land use pattern we want to see in our area plans. And that's why we made changes. We added multifamily as a permissible use, and we also made it allowed instead of special, which it was previously was.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Bass, I think that you made an incredibly good point, and that is that when Measure T went into effect, the businesses in Midtown and the businesses at the Y have really struggled without the VHRs in the neighborhoods, which was what the voters asked for. But this is a way for us to continue supporting the businesses at that end of town. And so if that's okay, I would like to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to pass a resolution adopting the initial study, mitigated negative declaration, and the Tahoe Valley Area Plan specific plan amendments with the change of allowing the two-step process for the condo conversions.
I have a question about your motion.
Okay.
In the entire Tahoe
I'm sorry,
Valley?
amending only in the commercial areas as outlined in Measure T.
I'll second.
Great. Well, there's a motion and a second. Mr. Robbins, you had your request to speak. Would you like to, you okay? All right, we have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
That motion carries.
Great, and we will go ahead and move on to item number 20. This is the South Tahoe Delinquent Refuse Fees Report, and this is going to be Ms. Gretchen Schoolman.
And Mayor, if I can, we haven't had the pleasure of introducing our new assistant planner to the council yet, so this will be her first time. Gretchen joins us from Colorado, and she's been a great addition to the team for the past about 6 months or so.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for the warm welcome. Good evening, Mayor Bass and City Council members. For the record, my name is Gretchen Schoolman, and I'm an assistant planner for the city. The item before the council is confirming the final delinquent fees report. The annual report lists properties, both residential and commercial, that have failed to pay for refused services provided to their premises for a period of 180 days or longer. Unpaid fees may be collected under City Code Section 4.150.370. This section mandates the preparation of a delinquent fees report followed by a public hearing to address objections from liable landowners. A public hearing was held on May 16th, 2024 during the regular scheduled Planning Commission meeting. At the public hearing, no comments were received online or in person. The Planning Commission passed a resolution recommending the City Council confirm the final delinquent fees report. Individuals that have paid prior to the City Council public meeting here today have been removed from the report, which will be finalized on June 24th. Please reference Exhibit A for this report, and the most current version was distributed in person at the beginning of this meeting. With that being said, staff recommends the City Council passes a resolution confirming the final delinquent fees report and directing the Finance Department to send a certified copy of the report to the El Dorado County Auditor Controller to add the delinquent amounts to the county property tax rolls for collection on or before August 1st, 2024. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Great, thank you so much, Ms. Schoolman. Any questions from council on this item? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and open up public comment. Anybody in the room? Yes, Mr. Scott.
Just briefly, Scott Loberg. It's my understanding the county can sell someone's home at auction if they're delinquent paying their property tax. Now you're going to conjoin their trash bill to their property tax, so somebody could lose their home for failure to pay their trash. Is that what you're saying? I would think the trash company can take care of their own delinquent accounts rather than shift it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in the room? All right, seeing none, we will move to Zoom.
We'll open our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 20. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great. We will go ahead and bring this back to council for a motion.
I move that we pass a resolution confirming the final delinquent fees report and directing the Finance Department to send a certified copy of the report to the El Dorado County Auditor Controller to add the delinquent amounts to the county property tax rolls for collection.
Second.
All right, we can vote.
That motion carries.
Great. All right, moving on to regular unfinished business. I will be recusing on item number 21. This is Cannabis Revenues Grant Program Award Recommendations, as I have a financial interest into the cannabis industry, and I will hand this off to Ms. Wallace to run this item.
Mayor Bass, if we may have a no, council needs to have action to keep moving the meeting past 10.
You want me to, I'll go ahead and do that while I'm still here, I guess. So we are going to be moving a little past 10 o'clock with two more items. We just need to have the majority of council. We can do that through, I think,
Do we need a motion?
Do we need a motion?
I think that would be good.
Great.
I move that we go past 10 o'clock to complete the rest of our agenda.
Second. Oh, all right, yeah.
Well, I have
Roll
Ms.
call vote?
Wallace and Mr. Bass, and I'll just do because it's not an item on the agenda. Can we do all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, there, carries.
Okay, Ms. Letton will be making the presentation.
All right. Good evening, council members, fellow staff. I'm Sarah Letton, Sustainability Coordinator for the city and the City Manager's Department. I'm here today to present to you for the third year in a row the recommendations from the city's review team for the 2024 Cannabis Revenues Grant Program. The grant program is funded by retail cannabis businesses and seeks to focus on efforts to mitigate potential impacts of the cannabis industry while also promoting the strategic priorities of the city outlined in the strategic plan. The program was renewed and refunded again this year with $400,000 of Measure G funds directed to community benefit grant projects. The application window was April 15th to May 15th. A review team reviewed those applications at the end of May. Average absolute score was calculated. The team also ascribed an efficiency score calculated by dividing average score by the amount requested. Applications were ranked. Projects were then selected for recommendation of award by the review team by consensus. I want to recognize that this is a challenging job because the range of proposed projects is quite broad and there are many worthy needs and organizations in this community. And it's important to note that just because a project seems good, it doesn't automatically mean an application was well done. So in 2022, there were 23 applications. In 2023, 28 applications. In 2024, this year, 34 eligible applications were submitted. This means that increasingly more entities are competing over the same amount of money. With the 34 applications considered, they recommended upwards of $1.125 million worth of requests. 14 are recommended today by the review team, totaling $411,861.32 worth of projects recommended for award. At least $5,603 was left on the table from the 2023 grants. If that money is used toward the 2024 projects, then a resolution has been prepared for $6,257.45 required to fund all 14 projects at their full funding request. The names of the applicants that the review team are recommending for council to award are in the staff report, along with a summary of their project as written by them. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Ms. Letton. Council, do you have any questions? Mr. Robbins?
I'm just on a personal note, I'm tickled that you're still using the source selection methodology that we came up, that Councilwoman Krieg and I worked on last year with an efficiency score system. It sounds like I wasn't in the room for it this year, but it sounds like that was still in use.
Still in use.
One of the challenges that I recall from last year, when I worked on this, was that the statute requires that these guidelines are awarded to organizations whose project contribute to mitigating the potential impacts of the the legal cannabis industry in the city. And at the time, a year ago, at no point was there any evidence-backed assessment of what those potential impacts were. Has that changed in the last year? Is there a list of evidence-backed impacts from the legal cannabis industry against which to measure these applicants' mitigations?
There is not. The program proceeded as it did last year. And some of those concerns were brought in end of February this year, if you recall, and we had
We brought the policy to council February 27th, and
there was no.
It was a vote of 2-2 to not change it.
And so in that time, there's been no establishment. For this round of selection, there was no establishment. I understand that there was a vote not to change the guidelines, but in terms of meeting the guidelines that are laid out here, saying that it must mitigate the negative impacts of the legal cannabis industry, at no point have we yet identified what those negative impacts that we should mitigate are.
Correct. The applicants make their case as to what they see as what those impacts are, and they make their case in their application.
So everybody's got their own ideas, and we're working. We don't have any assessment of our own as to what those negative impacts are based on supported evidence. Okay. All right. Very much. Thank you.
Ms. Cregan, do you have any questions?
I don't.
Okay, well, thank you, Ms. Linton. We'll go to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who would like to comment on this item? Mr. Martinez.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is El Martinez. I'm the current president for High Sierra Softball, which is one of the proposed recipients of the funding source from this project. And I'm here just to let you know, thank you first for being considered as an organization within the community. Our whole program is 100% volunteer, and all of our funds as a nonprofit come from sponsorships that we go solicit as a nonprofit entity. To Mr. Robbins' question, our goal is to get the girls who play softball ages 5 to 16 onto the field, participating in a youth program where we can teach them life skills, winning, losing, friendships, being mentors as a coach, and as a community, just getting together and supporting girls as they learn and play the game of softball. So I just wanted to say thank you as a participant, as a recipient potential, and that our board worked really hard on this 14-page proposal and application. So I give a lot of thanks to our board, all of our volunteer coaches and parents, and especially to our players who participate. So with the acquisition, we are hopeful that we can replace every bit of 20-plus-year-old equipment. So I just want to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Is there anyone else in the room? Mr. Spiel?
Hello. Hi, I'm Nick Spiel. I just wanted to express a little bit of disappointment that unfortunately it sounds like the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition was not selected for a grant this year, and it sounds like we weren't sufficiently mitigating the impacts of the cannabis industry. I know you all considered revising those criteria, but it's still here today, so thanks.
Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak on this item?
Is Christmas cheer on the list?
Christmas cheer is on the list. Mr. Davis.
I hobble out now. Well, I want to thank you. We serve we've been in existence for almost 30-some years, serving the community, locals. We serve about 1,000 women, single women a month. They all have kids. We do serve the Nevada side a little bit, and we serve the elderly and the lower income people in town. Very proud of the job we do, and we have all volunteers except for our executive director, who we just hired to run the business for us, daily bus, get the food on Fridays, and apply for grants and things like that. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Is there anyone else in the room? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to our Zoom platform.
Yeah, we'll open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on this item. No additional public comments.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion and/or a motion.
I will make a motion that we pass a resolution appropriating an additional allocation of the $6,257.45 of cannabis program revenue toward the 2024 Cannabis Revenue Grant Program for a total amount of $411,861.32. And pass a motion authorizing Councilmember Wallace to execute the resolution, and pass a motion approving the grant awards to the projects recommended by the Grant Application Review Committee.
I'll second. We can vote.
That motion carries.
Thank you.
Right, so we will go ahead and move on to item number 23, because we already heard 22. This is regular new business, general municipal election consolidation, and this will be Ms. Blankenship.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Bass and council. It is election time again. We have 2 council members whose terms of office will be expiring, and we have 1 petition that is qualified for the ballot. So per elections code, at least 88 days prior to the date of election, we need to file with the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors and a copy to the clerk a resolution of the city council ordering the election to be held and requesting consolidation with the statewide general election. And this will be for the purpose of submitting to the electorate a citizens initiative entitled An Initiative to Establish a Tax on Owners of Vacant Residential Units in the City of South Lake Tahoe, and for the purpose of the election of 2 council members. And happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Any questions from council on this item? All right, seeing none, we will open up public comment. Anybody in the room that would like to give comment? Ms. Kerrigan.
Yes, Sharon Kerrigan, Keep Community First Coalition. I just want to say you're all rock star servants, elected and paid staff alike. This is, marathon. We are requesting a correction. This is pertaining to the vacancy tax initiative that's going to be placed on the ballot, and this is pertaining to the description of the Oversight Committee. So as it currently reads, it's false and misleading to the voter. It appears as if the Oversight Committee has authority when in fact the initiative states that the city manager or their designee administers and enforces the tax, and the Oversight Committee is merely an advisory body with no authority. Council appoints this Oversight Committee, and it is at their discretion whether or not to implement any of their recommendations or none at all. The true power rests with the council. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Kerrigan. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
We'll open up the Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on agenda item 23. No additional public comments, Mayor.
Great, we'll bring it back to council for a motion.
I have a question.
Oh, sure, sorry, go right
That's
ahead.
okay.
Am I not on the right? I didn't see your name.
Is there a language change that we need to make? I actually brought this up earlier in the report, but is it clear enough?
I'm assuming what the public commenter was referring to is the ballot question language in the resolution, and I don't believe it's misleading. It says administration overseen by Oversight Committee is, I think, the language she's referring to, and the way that the Vacancy Tax Oversight Committee language reads in the text of the initiative, that's what it says. It doesn't mean it's not advisory. Their role is to, as it says in the measure, It's established for community oversight of the tax, to review expenditures and appropriations of the tax, and to recommend new expenditures and make recommendations to the city to improve implementation, compliance, and enforcement of the tax, which I think can broadly be described as oversight.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, and that does it. I think for me, that because it says recommendation, that covers that whole thing. All right, looking for a motion. Anybody? Mr. Robbins?
I move to pass a resolution calling and ordering to be held in the city of South Lake Tahoe, County of El Dorado, a general municipal election to be consolidated with the statewide general election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, for the purpose of submitting to the electorate a citizens' initiative entitled, quote, "An initiative to establish a tax on owners of vacant residential units in the city of South Lake Tahoe," end quote, and for the purpose of the election of 2 city council members.
Second.
Great, we can go ahead and vote.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Great. All right, moving on to item number 24, agenda planning calendar, and this will be Mr. Irvin.
Yeah, the only thing I have to say on this is our next meeting will be August 13th, 9 a.m. So no July city council meetings.
Right on. Awesome. All right, any council members on the APC? All right, seeing none. We don't do public comment on APC, so we are good to go to updates and announcements. Start with Mrs. Stroud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have none at this time.
Great. Mr. Irvin.
Just tomorrow, city offices will be closed, so recognizing Juneteenth. So just want everyone to know that.
Great. Ms. Blankenship.
Yes, just one announcement that a city proclamation will be issued honoring or recognizing June 21st, 2024 as Torch Run Day, and Mayor Bass will be presenting that on Saturday.
Great. All right. I will go ahead and move on councilmember reports, and we will start with Ms. Cregan.
Thanks. I just want to say one quick thing, which is today is the International Day of Countering Hate Speech. It's a United Nations proclamation. And I know that that's something that we've talked about a lot at our council, and so I wanted to recognize that that's today.
Very nice. That's great. Thank you so much. Ms. Wallace.
I just wanted to say that on Thursday, there's a Conservancy Board meeting, and a couple of things. The Conservancy Board is voting on a grant for the city for the Upper Bijou Creek watershed, and they will be appropriating, possibly appropriating funds for the restoration portion of the Motel 6 property and the back part of it, and doing a site tour of several pieces, because Miss Lane and myself are the only 2 locals on the board. The rest of the board is from off the hill or on the other side of the lake. So having the other members of the Conservancy Board here and doing site tours is super important for them to see what goes on here when they're making decisions about here. So if anyone is interested, it's at 9:30 at the college, and then the tours will be around 2 o'clock. And so I hope to see you there.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Wallace. Mr. Robbins.
I don't know if you want to do it jointly. I just want to recognize the Pride event from last week. I guess councilman report. So the Pride event from June 12th, attended that, along with many other representatives from this council and many other from people from staff. And I just wanted to carry my thanks, particularly to our city's law enforcement for, there was a fairly extensive meeting ahead of time about managing security for the event that was handled between Lake Tahoe Pride and Chief Stevenson to establish what they wanted. And that was some of the behind the scenes thing that doesn't get seen by the public. And I wanted to thank Chief Stevenson publicly for taking that meeting and getting to understand that organization's Pride's concerns for security and meeting them expertly at the event. So thank you very much. And I'd like to thank staff who attended as well. It was a lovely event.
Great. All right, thank you, Mr. Robbins. So yeah, for me, we have had, yesterday actually, me, Mr. Najab, Mr. Roverud, and Mr. Burke went to Marysville to meet with the new interim director of Caltrans. I felt that it was a very productive meeting. We went through a lot of different items that I think hopefully we'll be able to work collaboratively together with the agency to improve things around town. So that was a really positive meeting. I had a TTD meeting as well last week, which I would say was one of the better TTD meetings in my 5 years of serving on the board. We got unity and kind of came together as a board to support the JPA that the county and the city have unanimously voted to form. So that was a really good movement and directive from the board of TTD to direct staff to begin really working with us and embrace the idea of our JPA moving forward. So that was incredibly positive. So really excited to have a break and look forward to seeing everybody through the next few weeks around town and enjoy the beautiful weather. And with that, we are adjourned.